Well, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for what is it? Tuesday, Tuesday, November the 24th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Can I get a quick sound check, please? And can you see my screen? I think I switched the scene over to, you should be able to see my screen now. Okay. Well, first of all, before I start in, something is happening to these China, well, not just China, but the EVs. Look at XPEV as an example. This was just cruising along up here at $78, and it just got all the way down. It's about a $10 drop. Take a look at NIO. Same thing kind of happened. Big drop. LI, big drop. And this seemed to affect all of the EVs. I'm going to take a look at FUV. This is not China, but look at this. So something's happened to the EVs right around 850 or so. I don't know if some news came out. So I'll have to watch maybe for a bounce on this. I really don't know what's going on. I mean, those are big drops. That is not, in my opinion anyway, not just profit taking. FXB, just very, very quickly. If you haven't seen this, I really would encourage you to take a look at 20 short lessons, okay? That'll get you started on a lot of the basic features of trade ideas, okay? Now, I took just personal note, I popped that into the alerts. I finally ended up taking Mara right here towards the end of the day. Got in at 467, and I sold some here at 615 pre-market, holding. Want to see if it looks like it's trying to recover. I also, if you guys were in the room yesterday, I was all over this fuel cell, FCEL. So I ended up taking it again at 831, sold some of the pre-market at 980 and 935, and okay, starting to recover. Let's see if the rest of them are. This is in that sector, EV sector. So not quite, but anyway, going to keep an eye on fuel cell. But fuel cell is a beautiful recovery now. I'm not in it anymore. There are other things happening, so let's take a look. In case you're wondering about GV is a buyout. GV is a $7 buyout. That is why it's flatlining right around here. Keep an eye on Ballard, BLDP, okay? Keep an eye on Ballard. Why? So they've done a financing. It's a bot financing at $250 million they're raising at $19.25 a share, so it's above the financing price. Now let's see if this is called EV infrastructure plays. So let's see if this holds $19.25. Let's see how close it gets and bounces off it. All right, yeah, there's something happening here, even in the solars. Look at SunW. I mean, SunW was way up here, 815, and it is really, really gapped down. I mean, it's a big percentage move. SunW, I'm looking at some of the flyers that I had that had gapped up this morning. That was on my gap up list, and now they've just turned around. So something is hitting these. FTech was another one that was way up. It's not in that sector, but let's take a look at FTech. FTech is still up 100%. Yeah, FXB, I think that'll help you a lot, okay? That'll get you started. Now, one that has not yet anyway, just looking here, yeah, Ride is still, it's pulling, yeah, even Ride got affected. I was watching it right here. Ride is the trade of the week, but even it is being affected now too. It was kind of holding, because at this point right here, the rest of them were already moving down. So Ride was holding. This is the trade of the week. My guess is that this one that had gapped way up also is pulling back. Yeah, they're all kind of pulling back. So SPI, another huge gapper this morning. I think this is going to be the theme. GTEC, GTEC, yeah, another one. I mean, these were all up a lot. 862 down to 740. Big percentage moves down. If Torps is in the room, I think he was holding this TANH. Right, not a bad another little pop again for TANH. Not an EV play, so it's above yesterday's high. I think they did a financing here. That's what caused the big drop. Yesterday it got through the 200-day moving average. Has a chance to keep filling this gap in. KSS had gapped up. Yeah, it's a little bit of a gap, 3% gap. Coles. Why I looked at it, look at this monthly chart. Look at the room it's got. Now the cannabis plays. Yeah, they're falling a little bit also. I mean, there's AFA, still up. APHA, cannabis plays, most of them were up this morning. Starting to drift down, not unlike the EVs. Gevo, this should be independent from the rest of them. This is not part of the EVs, but even that one dropped. SNDE, is this holding its gap? Yeah, it's not bad. So this is Sundance Energy, SNDE. It got up to 262 quickly, but it's kind of holding here. Another low float, 6.8 million in the float. DAC, this one was really gapped down a bit. Not a bit, 17%. DAC. Deep Sea Freight Transportation. Now Plug was up. Let's see if it's still up. Or is it falling like the rest of them? Yeah, it's kind of trying to come back a little bit. Raised $1 billion. Completion of their bought equity deal. So they've raised $1 billion. GSM. This is an earnings play. Yeah, but it, starting to give it up also. I mean, it's almost gone flat. And BLNK, interesting action for BLNK. So BLNK got hit hard yesterday. For a while anyway. I think Citron came out and basically there's either Citron or Street Sweeper, one of those two. Dumped all over them. Didn't seem to matter. Look at the action. 3:30 and then after hours. Look at this action after hours. A little bit softer this morning. Well, they don't have to cover. They don't have to cover, Esther. It's just that if they did cover. How do you detach the chat again? Let me see if I can remember. So it's the gear icon. You can see the gear icon right here. So it's beside all the tabs. So the gear icon, click that. And right beside the color palette is the detached chat. Well, they don't have to cover. Nobody has to cover. It's sort of a, but if they did cover, that's how long it would take. Nobody has to do anything. All right, you know what you should do? Days to cover. Click help. Click on help and you'll get the absolute definition, okay? So just click on the help and you'll see the actual definition. But nobody has to do anything. Well, I have no idea. When the clean energy plays, we'll start. I have no idea. Clean energy, though, clean energy itself, just a very interesting move. All of a sudden, with those with the China, it seemed to start with the China EVs. Let's see if is holding. This is a China airline. Okay, it's holding. Now, I'd read somewhere that something like 55 to 60 million Americans are going to travel this Thanksgiving. Even though, you know what? Compared to 65 million last year, so there's hardly a drop at all. So you're looking at the airlines. The airlines are up. Cruisers are up. Yeah, I took Mara again. It's actually posted in the pre-market. I took it again yesterday towards the end of the day. I've at what was it 467. I've sold some out at 617. My favorite store. You're absolutely right. Best Buy. Yes, Best Buy. I almost said Bed Bath and Beyond. Best Buy. Yes. Okay, a little bit weak. Right up here was an all-time high. Well, so far, an interesting start to the morning in the pre-market with these EVs just getting hit hard. I mean, that's more than profit taking, in my opinion. I mean, XPEV was cruising along here up to $78. I mean, that's a big drop down to 69. Now, listen, it could come right back, but all right, what time is it? It is 9:17. So I'm going to do a quick check to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have from briefing.com this morning. You have to go in at a limit price, okay, Sniper? You cannot go in at market. You have to go in at a limit price, like every other broker out there. All right, let's take a look. Not too many of either. I'll get some of these upgrades and downgrades in. Yeah, I hear WIMI. Yeah, WIMI is ringing in my ears. Text to voice. All right, there are some of the upgrades. So you know what I mean. If you wanted to buy, you'd have to pick a price, and you basically just look at the bid ask. Now, if it's really running quickly, but you'd have to pick a price to get in. You just can't go. You cannot go in at market. That's not Brokerage Plus. That's virtually every brokerage platform out there. Going to trade in the pre-market. All right, there are some of the upgrades, some of the downgrades from briefing.com this morning. And what is WIMI doing? Yeah, big gap, new product of hologram head. The headline is truncated, so let me just see what it says. So WIMI Hologram Cloud reports new product of hologram head-mounted display has been licensed by FCC to enter the U.S. markets. That is your news for WIMI right now. I don't think stops work in the pre-market, Esther. Okay, like virtually all brokers, you've got to go in and if you want to get out of a trade, you have got to pick the price. I don't think you can place stops in the pre-market. It's not just Brokerage Plus. All right, let me try to answer your question. So Brian, if you want to see the AI alerts, this is what I do. If I file new, so from the toolbar, click on new, and then AI/Holly strategy trades window. This will be your window, okay? And just wait for it to populate, okay? And you can actually take this window once you open it and incorporate it as part of your layout. I can give you a layout. Shoot, I forgot to get rid of. Well, if you're a premium subscriber, it'll be fine. But if you're not, what'll happen is I forgot to get rid of this in the layout that I was sharing last week. You'll have this window, but if you're not a premium subscriber, nothing will happen in it. But this is essentially my layout. See, I wouldn't use the Holly channel. It's way easier to do it from what I just said, okay? Because if you have the Holly channel, then you basically have to, the minute you want to leave the AI, the Holly channel, then you're going to lose everything. So why not? In my opinion, this is the way to do it. Strategy trades all. Just wait for the alerts to happen. So just forget about the Holly channel. Just one moment, please. Yes, Mara is coming right back. Is GKK in the room? If you're in the room, identify yourself, please. Yeah, fuel cell coming right back. Nice. I'm not in it anymore, but actually going to wait for a 10 break. I mean, if they all come back, let's take a look at XPEV. See if it is coming back. Modestly. Yeah, new frontier for me. I had a couple of holds overnight. Don't normally do that, but again, if you were in the room yesterday, you know I was talking about fuel cell incessantly. FCEL. Of course, it was all in the pre-market that we talked about it. I just like the way it finished trading. Torps, congratulations on your TANH so far. Looking nice for you. I know you said you were going to swing that. Looking not too bad. Basim, yeah, there's, I don't know. Let me just do a check to see yesterday the history. There's no such thing as normal, but let me just see. Yeah, there was only one trade. That's just the way it was. Yeah, only one long trade from Holly Neal. Just the way it was. So there's nothing wrong. You haven't done anything wrong. Wimmy, no, Wimmy's been around for a while. Now I see what you're looking at. I believe what happened here is a symbol name change. Okay, that's all. I know sometimes it looks like an IPO, but I think that's the issue. Just change the symbol name, and so when that happens, it looks like an IPO. Very few IPOs down around $5. Well, I mean, you'd have to do a search, I guess. You could do an absolute search to find out. But the main clue is when you see something like this, say on a monthly chart, and you see something that's quite low in price. Very, very few IPOs, are around $5. Very few. Okay, so FXB, there's my shared layout, okay? Well, you can set, now if you haven't watched this video, what time is it, 9:27, okay, I have 3 minutes. If you have not watched this video yet regarding the AI and share sizing, etc., I really would encourage you to watch this Brokerage Plus video. It goes into all of that. Micro, okay. So I mean, each strategy, I'll just very quickly, you can commit a dollar amount, how much you're willing to risk, fixed shares or fixed dollars. It's up to you. But please watch that video, and it really explains everything in detail. Yeah, fuel cell came right back, you miserable thing. Why did you do that to me? Oh, man, yeah, no kidding. Look at this. Look at this. Well, I'm still somewhat interested. I mean, it still has a huge potential void fill. All right, guys, again, if you want to follow my watch list up and down, from the toolbar, click on New, Channel Bar, and Mary Watch List. Where are you? There you are, Barry's Watch List right here. So you'll get these 3 windows. Nothing will happen in these 2 windows until at least 9:45. At least 9:45, that's on purpose. You will start getting some alerts right when the market opens. Remember, everything in the channel bar is a layout, so before you load my channel or any other channel, make sure you save your layout to the cloud first. Somebody asked me about VVPR, sorry, just looking now. Well, it popped pre-markets. I don't really know what I can say. Market is going to open in 1, 2, 0. We are now open, guys. We are now open. No email or SMS notification the same, no. Okay, so let's see what's going to happen today. Well, there's Fuel Tech. FTEK has come right back, got all the way down to 532. He's tacked on $1. Pre-market highs were around 660 something. So I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. I kind of try to let things settle down a little bit. There's that TANH. Good for you, Torps. Morning Paradox. Wow, fuel cell. Somebody mentioned they had a patent or something. A patent approval. All right, guys. Now, this is why I mention them. No, boy, the market is. What's the market doing here? You know what I better do? I'm seeing a lot of stocks now just gapping down. Like the cruisers. I mean, here are the cruisers coming down. I bet you the airlines are doing the same thing. Look at Blink. Oh man, this is not shortable for me. Oh, it is now. It wasn't before. BLNK was not shortable for me before. So maybe, is it Citron or was it Street Sweeper that hammered them yesterday? One of those short sellers. It really had no effect. You look at the after hours, but now maybe that effect is happening now. FTEK now challenging the whole number of 7. Well, what do I think of the fuel cell move this morning? I wish I were still in it. That's what I think of it. You know, unfortunately, man, oh man, unfortunately, I mean, this got me out. You know, took it here late in the afternoon. You know, I'm got to be reasonably happy. In at 8:30, sold at 980 and 940 this morning. When it was starting to move down like this, I was watching the other XPAVs and all this, but all of a sudden, I guess they had some news. I mean, it's just awesome. I'm just not in it. But they're starting to come back now, except for XPAV. I mean, look at XPAV, guys. This is a little worrisome. I mean, look at XPAV. This is more than just a profit taking, in my opinion. I mean, this is a stock that got up to 78, and it pummeled down to 65. However, so FUV is also giving it up, but Candy is not. KNDI is not. I'd be a little, I'd watch myself on Candy. Now look at fuel cell though, guys. I mean, I'm wary right now. I mean, Candy is absolutely soaring here. You know, I'm going to say, I've said this a couple of times. Everybody dumps on Interactive Brokers because they still have, a pittance as far as I'm concerned, half a cent a share. But it is so stable. I've never had an issue. And I know I see all the time, not all the time, but, it seems to be once a week, Thinkorswim crashes. So you get what you pay for. Look at HC. I was going to mention, look at this. Another one of the SPACs just has been on fire. HCAC. I can't get a handle on the SPY here. I mean, the markets are up, but it just seems like everything is all the pre-market highs are just really. Look at Plug. I mean, Plug's another one. Yeah, look at Solo. And we have a halt. PIH, what is this one? PIH just got halted. Yes, you're right. Sorry, DPW is also on the way down. All right, Wells Fargo WFC is strong. It's holding the 200-day moving average. Well, yeah, 27.49. It touched it, so above the 200-day moving average. David, I thought I recognized your name. Congratulations, coming in second place. Yeah, it is going crazy. Just to halt anything, just go to properties and go to actions and uncheck the sound. Okay, so right click properties, actions, uncheck the sound. Yeah, it has gone crazy this morning. I mean, you'd never know the market was up. Most of these are a gap up and reverses. So again, I just like to let things settle down a little bit. So we're still positive, but boy, it's really so many stocks in the gap up and reverse. I mean, look how crazy the action is for these cruisers. Nice gap up. You know, it look like they're really going to start to fall. Big bottoming tail. Now we're a recovery. And look at Net Element, another flyer from yesterday, the last few days. It is giving up. This is not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Talk about, I mean, you want to know why I don't like to trade in the pre-market, or not pre-market, but I mean, look at Fuel Cell. All the way up to 11.33, back down. There's a $2 drop. Torps, well, I'm sure you're listening. TANH. I mean, even though this market is still up, everything seems to be coming down. There's FTEK. Another flyer in the pre-market. Look at GTech. Had earnings yesterday. Great move yesterday. At one point. There's Gevo. Well, Gevo's holding. So again, nothing will happen in these two windows until at least 9:45. What dashboard are you talking about exactly, Thomas? Are you a Trade Idea subscriber? I'm not. I don't quite understand what you mean by a dashboard. Okay, so Ride could not hold on, even though it was looking really good pre-market, but it gave it up also. U.S. Steel's been pretty strong. Decent day yesterday. Another little move here for U.S. Steel. X. Yeah, so this is what I would do from the toolbar. I would click on New and then AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. This is the window you'll see. There's been one alert already got stopped out. Okay, that's the window though. Then you can incorporate it as part of your layout. Okay, so from the toolbar, click on New and then AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. Trades window. Yeah, so these EVs are not, they are not coming back right now. And there's Solo just getting crushed here. Just getting absolutely crushed. Solo, my guess is that most of the FUV getting crushed, Solo getting crushed. Tesla is even moving down. However, you know what one is not that I've talked about probably for 3 weeks, maybe a month now? Look at Corsair. Look at Corsair, my goodness. What an IPO. Look at the month it's had. I mean, 22, the low this month was 2251. So this is more than a double. All to do with gaming. Even the cannabis plays are getting hit also. I mean, the market. Okay, so a little disconnect. So the Dow is still up. SPY is still up. Tech is moving down. Is now slightly negative. There's Tech. Actually, Solo got halted on the way down. Solo is halted right now. Woo. I'm looking here. Well, it's hard to tell. I see 726.950, so it's hard to know where it's going to open. Another one that just got halted, iHuman. This is an IPO from here. iHuman, AIH, just got halted on the way down. So Thomas, I tried to answer. I don't know what you mean by access this dashboard. I'm not sure exactly what you're talking about. All right, so this is a gap up and go. Let's see if this holds. This is SSL. See, a lot of energy plays. I'm going to lump this in energy plays. Okay, so this is the layout that I'm sharing. Now, if you're not a premium subscriber, I do apologize. I'm going to absolutely make a note to myself. I have to change it. So there it is. Okay, I just popped the link in. Remember, it's a layout. So if you have a layout up and running, make sure you do save your layout to the cloud first. You can only have one layout open at a time. If you're a premium subscriber, you will see this window. If you're not a premium subscriber, I think what happens is you'll see the window, but it'd be blank. So change shared layout. We just had a test drive for 2 weeks, so I was sharing. I do not show the AI in action during the course of a day. Not fair to those who pay for the premium service. Well, the airlines are, I mean, look at the bottoming tail there. I mean, even bottoming tail here. Sellers tried, but okay, the airlines are through that 200-day moving average. To see the AI in action, yes, you need our premium service, yes. Wow, FUV. Well, today is not the day to get into these right now. I know what you mean, yeah. Everything I'm looking at is down. Well, of course, we look at a lot of the EVs, because they were flying. So the preponderance of the ones down are in that sector. And as somebody pointed out, thank you, Tricos. Somebody pointed out that there's another offering for Arcimoto, FUV, 1 million shares. Looks like, what, 1525? Sugar. I really wanted to pay more attention to Ballard. But, in the face of what's happening with, I call these the infrastructure EV plays. So Ballard did a financing announced at 1925. I think if the infrastructure, if the rest of them hadn't been tanking, I think this could have kept moving higher. But, I'm just going to sit on my hands for a bit. I mean, look at Sun W. I mean, this was just soaring pre-market. 818, 637 now. Remember the WIMI? We were talking about WIMI. Again, 768. This is starting to drop now. Now, RIG is interesting. I know there was somebody in the room, I cannot remember, it's got to be at least 3 weeks ago now, talking about RIG. I mean, look, it has come off the bottom, 75 cents or so in a month, up to 246. Well, it's up to your broker. I mean, it's just an option, Mike, within your brokerage platform to be able to trade after hours. If you're talking about using Brokerage Plus, yes, but it's the same thing. You have to go in at a limit order. Pre-market and after hours, you have to go in at a limit order. But that's the same for virtually every broker out there. So are you asking in general? Are you able to trade after hours? I mean, again, that is really a brokerage question. Yeah, it's usually just an option within your order entry. So Eric, I'm just trying to answer your question. Yeah, so if you're talking about when you load something from the channel bar, it doesn't fill up your entire screen. And then, so you go and then you make adjustments and then you come back and it's back to where you started. That's just the way it is, unfortunately. There's nothing you can do about it. The channels are for everybody. And so the fact that you want to have a bigger box or size it differently, other people may not want to do that. So that's why. Now, this is what I would do. I hope you're out of the TNH Torps. It doesn't look very good right now. So this is what I would do. Rig is really awesome. I got to tell you, rig is awesome. It's a huge float. This is one of the reasons why I wasn't too enamored with it. 67-cent stock with a half a billion in the float, but no disputing, it's had a great move. So this is what I would do, Eric. When you go through the channels, you might see a window that you like, a scan that you like. Let's just pretend that this was one of them, okay? So if you right click, configure, and you'll see the filters that are used. You can make changes that you want. You can, either to the values or add some filters, whatever you want to do, and then right click and save or share to cloud. Click on that and then save. So what you've done is then you've gone into a channel and you've extracted a window from the channel. Go on to the next one. And that's kind of the exercise. You can go through all the channels and start extracting windows that, hey, I wouldn't mind seeing that. And then you can start creating a layout from all of those channels or all those scans that you extracted from the different channels. Because what will happen is you file, load from cloud, and you will see them. And then you click on one, highlight one, load it. It'll appear on your screen. Does that kind of make sense? But you cannot make a change in the channel that affects everybody. Because the issue with the channels is that you load a channel and that's a layout, so you can only have one layout loaded at a time. So I mean the channel bar is a great way to get started, to take a look at all the themed channels that we do have. But ultimately when you become used to using Trade Ideas, a lot of people, what they'll do is again they'll create their own layout. And a lot of the layout can be part of some of the scans from within all those channels. Exactly, Eric, yes. Let me know if that works for you. Yeah. In terms of, Toad. I don't have, how am I supposed to say that? Toad 1? All right, so here's a cannabis play. Let's see if it... Well, this may be a day for me to sit on my hands a lot longer. I'm just not convinced. I'm not. I do see things are moving higher. I'm just not convinced with Carnival and the rest of the cruisers and the airlines. Though there's a green bar. Okay, there's a green bar in the SPY. We do have to remember that there is more to the market than the EVs that we've been concentrating on for the last 2 or 3 weeks. So, just because they're down, doesn't mean that the whole market is down. Toad E1, there you go. Okay. I'm sure there's a reason. The energy plays have been good though. The energy plays have there's a gap, say for MTDR this morning, and it held. I think Oxy was also up. I think some of the energy plays are, no, Oxy came down actually. Well, I traded in the pre-market, Eli. So I had some holdovers from yesterday. I traded. I'm pretty happy right now with what I did. I'm still holding some of the Mara, but I'm out of the. I mean, look at Fuel Cell though. Wow. I mean, what a crazy action for Fuel Cell. I mean, look what it got to, 11.30, and then all the way down to 8.50. I mean, $2 drop, $3 drop, and then it's come back. So GKK, thank you. I was hoping you'd be in the. I finally took it yesterday for a hold. I've traded this in and out, but I did take it for a hold, 467. I did trade some out this morning at 617. Couldn't help myself. So let's see if it can come back. Well, I could be completely wrong with these cruisers. They may just keep cruising. I'm not sure why I didn't think they were taking any business until January earliest, but I understand why the airlines are moving, because there appears to be that there's going to be just about the same holiday traffic this year as last. I think I read something like 55 to 60 million people versus 65 million last year for Thanksgiving. So I guess nobody cares about the pandemic. So we're getting a lot of bounces. I mean, SUNW now is positive after being up to 8, down to 637, coming right back. Turkey matters. I mentioned SSL right here, so this is at a modest little move, 850 to 866. All right, so a couple of the cannabis plays are here, my watch list. So 779, so Tilray's at 809 now. It seems strange to not see any of my EV plays here, but it's just the way it's going to work today. Now this was in my watch list as a The potential long, okay, but what happened is it broke down below yesterday's low. That's why it triggered here. But this, my bias certainly was long on NNDM. Okay, how's MJ doing? All right, so MJ's had a decent month, good volume. This is the cannabis index. So it got up to 1550 2 weeks ago. So it is starting to it's trying to come back. Still has not really and utterly broken out. All right, so one thing we kind of preach here is never add to a losing position. So VRN, did you have a stop when you got into it? We always talk about having a stop. I'm going to look at that one, GKK. Always talk about having a stop. So it sounds like, you don't have a stop. Can't really help you if you don't have a stop. But what we always talk about is never adding to a losing position. So it's up to you. But, I'll ask the question again. When you got into this play, did you have a stop? In other words, where you were going to get out if the trade wasn't working for you. And this is for everybody too. I mean, it's not just, okay, so, that's really the key. Every trade is not going to work. It's okay to get into a trade, but you have to have a get out. How much are you going to risk per trade, and if it works, it doesn't work for you, then you get out for a manageable loss. Instead of now you're in the situation where, oh man, I'm hoping and praying it goes back up. It might, but so that's the thing. So we always say don't add to a losing trade, but I'm not going to say anything more than other than hopefully the next trade you get into, you do put a stop, and that goes for everybody. We've all done it, okay? We've all done it. We get into something, we think, well, this has to move because of this, and this. This is what I've read, and it starts to move against you, and you just get stubborn and hold. Yeah, Corsair. Oh man. That's I know it's not a word. That's my hugest miss of not holding this. This was my swing idea, probably right around here. Because here's the deal. I'll just look at Sorrento as an example, okay? But anything you get into. So I see why you got it. It looked like it was trying to break out right there, and it's got a lot of room. I completely understand. So thing is, though, you have a stop. Maybe you should have got out at 7, the bottom of that daily candle as an example. If it turned around later on, you could always get back into the trade. So your kind of your thesis for getting into the trade in the first place, maybe you were just a little early. So you get out, and then if it comes back, maybe you can get back in. So Sandeep, when you say, is this live, what exactly are you referring to? You talking about what you're seeing on the screen? All these are live alerts, yes? If that's what you're talking about or asking. William is one who is stubborn and adds to a losing position, yes. Yeah, so this is all live. This is all real-time alerts. Everything you see here is a real-time alert. Now, if you're looking here, for instance, This only shows the alert the very first time it happens. So 687 at 9:57. That's why it doesn't update anymore. I put a. It's just the way I've got this sorted. But if AFA APH kept making a new high, you would see it in this scan right here. So that question was asked yesterday about support and resistance lines on the chart. You can't. Your idea of support and resistance may be completely different from somebody else's. Support and resistance can be very, very subjective. So there is not a way to put support and resistance on the charts. I could ask 10 people, and I might get 10 different. Well, there's support for me. Well, there's support for me. Look at YJ. What do they do? Electronic shopping. Low float, fairly low float, 28 million in the float. So you can see right off the bat that the AI has a couple of the airlines in there. See, my problem right now is that I was so wrapped up in all the EVs, and yes, they are some of them, they're starting to bounce now, but I'm, obviously a little bit perhaps snake bit right here. But why they had that huge drop? I know some of them are bouncing. So I am, yes, I know. I saw JW Nordstrom again, or JWN. Another nice little move for JWN. Target actually I saw Target had an upgrade this morning. TGT had an upgrade this morning. Even Macy's, I think, was moving this morning. Yeah, Macy's was moving this morning. But again, pretty choppy. I mean, it did get up to 1122, dropped all the way down to 1070. There's, a pretty significant drop. So do I trust it? Not exactly. SBE. Somebody asked about SBE switchback. Yeah, switchback. So one of the, I guess this is still a SPAC. Yeah, still a SPAC. Who are the, I just don't know. I mean, it's had an incredible, 3 weeks, 4 weeks, 13 to almost 41 today. What do I think about it? I wish I were in it here. That's what I think about it. I don't know who they're looking to buy. Okay, what was that other SPAC you just were mentioning? LGVW? LGVW? LGVW. Yeah, okay, so they were up to 17. Okay, I will keep an eye on it. Energy today, guys. Look at, okay, wow. Look at MUR. Right, touching the 200-day moving average, MUR, Murphy Oil. So can it get through, or is that going to stall it? MUR. Meanwhile, I just mentioned YJ. Look at this pop for YJ. So let's look at the weekly chart. So the next high looking left is 323. So 323 and then around 340. So it's got some, it's already up 35%. That could struggle to get through that. I mean, if somehow it could get through that, then you're looking left. It has a shot to get to the 4 level. This has earnings. It looks like unless they released early, Doesn't look like it though. November 26th pre-market. Don't see any specific news for YJ. Ah, wait a minute. No, that's back in October. So I don't see any specific news today for YJ, other than the fact that it's going to release a couple of days from now before the market opens. We have news here. We have a news tab, as an example. Okay, get a lot of news right there. Single stock window. So if you loaded my layout, single stock window was included. So I see you have a question mark about the SPE. I mean, when you ask me, do I like it? I mean, it's hard, it's hard to buy it now after the run it's had. It settles down a bit. Hit what, 43 in the pre-market. All right, so now Fuel Tech, FTEK, getting interesting. It is, it is bounced off. There's the pre-market, or there's the high, $7. So low float, 17 million in the float. Look at the volume, 57 million. Holy smokes, that's about 3.5 times the float. Do some quick math. What a move this JMIA had. I mean, look at it, got all the way up to 30. I mean, this is, you guys, this is the IPO back in April of 2019. So over a year and a half ago, got all the way up to around 50. Just got clobbered down here, but has, had one great run, little drop, and now a continuation of that run. Okay, so here's one that is, I'm not a great bounce player, I'll just, flat out tell you, but this one is bouncing, JTEC. JTEC is bouncing off the lows. A little bit of consolidation on the 2-minute chart. Energy, guys, energy seems to be the play today. Picking a lot of these energy plays. Okay, so alerts or ORs, okay? So AC, alerts are, the question is it possible to make an alert conditional on other alerts? No, because alerts are OR functions. However, sometimes we have kind of an equivalent filter that would match an alert. So for instance, volume surges. So you could use, as an example, if I type it right, so you could use a filter like this, a big 1-minute volume increase as a filter, volume 5-minute increase, okay, so you could, you have to play around with the percentages, but for instance, if you put 1,000%, increase on the 1-minute chart and then you could use your alert of a new 5-minute high or a new 5-minute low. Does that make sense? So all the filters, they're the end. Everything has to be satisfied, every filter you have. But then you could use that filter I just talked about and then a 5-minute low. There's no more license for Brokerage Plus. Okay, Kenneth? You must be looking at something really, really old. There's no more license. It is included now. That's the good news, okay? Well, YJ is just screaming higher here, guys. YJ, little pullback, then a move. I don't know if this is in advance of earnings or something else is going on with YJ. Fairly low float, 29 million in the float. Yeah, it's a few years ago, Torps. So here are my feelings about we've got a couple of ones in the AI with the airlines. I mean, my feelings are that I don't trust. I'm not just talking to the AI. I just don't trust these moves in the airlines that they can keep moving higher. I just think they're going to be choppy. So, I mean, trade accordingly. Okay, well, I guess that must have been an Aussie boy that must have been announced pre-market or something, but it is really flattened out now. Because Aussie boy in the YouTube feed mentioned that Fluidigm FLDM was granted in India a license for the virus play. So it did gap up 7-Eleven, but has completely given it up. Okay, so AC, there's a trick, and this is for anybody who doesn't not want to see ETFs as alerts. So this is a trick. So I'm going to right click, configure. I'm going to do a search. I'm going to type in earnings. Okay, I get my EPS, earnings per share. If you add the filter and put 0.001 in the min and minus 0.001 in the max. And if you add that to every single alert window and top list window, you will eliminate the ETFs. Okay, because all stock, of course, ETFs do not have earnings. Stocks have earnings, either positive or negative, so that eliminates, it's just a trick. Okay, so just do a search on earnings or EPS and add that filter. Well, I was asked, do I like Ride? Well, I mean, I like the fact it's coming back. I mean, these EVs just got hammered. I mean, look, this is very typical what happened to most of the EVs. Pre-market, everything looked awesome. And then the market opened, and actually a lot of them pre-market were dropping. This one was kind of holding. But, when the market opened, I mean, it got all the way down to 26, but it has recovered. So when you ask me, do I like Ride? I mean, you're not going to hear from me, yes, and you should buy it. It is a trade of the week. Wow, look at YJ, man. Guys, I mean, I don't tell you to buy anything, but wow, I mean, look at this move for YJ now. I mean, this is now above this area that I thought it might stall. I mean, there's the next area of 4. I still don't see any specific news on it. It can't be just because it has earnings coming up. it's a low float. Not incredibly low, but it's definitely a low float. Yeah, YJ, actually, it is shortable. It is shortable at William. It is shortable at Interactive Brokers, but you know, yeah, I mean, I'd be still a little reluctant till it maybe broke that 8 EMA on the 2-minute chart. I mean, which may be too late, but I mean, it is just absolutely on fire. I mean, definitely parabolic. I mean, there's no doubt it is parabolic. Well, I am not in YJ. I'm not in YJ. I was pointing it out. You know, potential entry could have been around 270. Another potential entry right around 3. I'm not in YJ. Somebody asked me for a review of the trade of the week last week, CLF. I mean, it's still awesome. 52 or so was a trigger, so it's $2. I mean, it's still looking really nice. If you took it as the trade of the week, then no real reason to get out. Yeah, so you cannot open all the windows at the same time, Eric. So it's literally one by one. So file, load from cloud. You say you've taken all the windows you like from the various channels. You'll see them all up here. You just click and load. Okay? Cannot do it en masse. You have to go back. I don't think so anyway. I don't think so. Let me just... No, you can't. It grays out. Unfortunately, you have to do it one by one. Now, there shouldn't be so many that it's a real pain, but... Okay, so once you have them on your screen, then put them where you want. In other words, assign them all the... Put them exactly where you want on your monitor, and then File, Save or Share to Cloud, and then you see where it says Entire Layout. Click it, give it a name. Give it a name like Eric1, Eric's Layout, something like that, and then save it. So now you've saved that layout to the cloud. What does downside mean? I'm not sure. I don't have that up and see what it says. I don't know. I'll have to see what happens. I have no idea. I've never used that one. Meanwhile, YJ is continuing. Just don't see the news. I just don't see any news for it today. It cannot be that it You know, just because it's releasing earnings a couple of days from now. Okay, so FXP, you can assign one window, text to voice. So if you right click on an alert window, properties, actions, set up the sound. Now you see one of them is text to speech. So you can select, now the reason why you don't do it for all of them, you know, the whole idea of sound alerts is to create a unique sound alert for each alert window. So when you hear a sound, you know which window to go to. So you can assign one of them, but you don't want to assign all of them. Otherwise, you'll never know which window to look at. So then the next step for other sound alerts, click on the Use Custom Sound, select the sound, and we have these folders here. And within each folder are some sound alerts. So you can click on one of them, click on Open, you can play it. And if you like it, then you would say OK a couple of times, and then that sound alert will get attached to the window. Okay? Well, my thoughts on rig. Well, what did I get up to here? 270. That's a big drop. You know, it's a big drop. I mean, that's a big percentage drop. You know, I don't have a feel for it at all. I mean, look where it got to. I mean, it basically got stalled right at that high. The weekly chart was at 262, and what did it get to? 269. So that looks like the resistance area for it to try to get through. You know, I guess if it can get through that somehow, it could continue. I mean, this has had a tremendous run. 67 cents up to 268. Yeah, I mean, the plus sign, it is going to be a classification. You know, is not supported. Yeah, I don't know exactly, but it'll be a classification of stock. I'm checking the downside. I still don't know. I'm not getting any value in there. Anybody use the downside column? Because I have never used it, so I really don't know what it's doing. I mean, I can guess, but yeah, I don't absolutely know. Tremendous short for the YJ, 421 down to 342. SPY is down now or what? I'm not sure I understand the question. Are you asking me to predict if the SPY is going down or up? I have no idea. If that's the question. Oh, I see. Oh, it's still up. You know, it's still up. Dow's up, NAS is mildly up, and the SPY is up. Do you have our program, or I guess not? Can you If you can see right here, maybe it's very small, but there's the indices right up here. All right, here's another China stock, QTT. So this must just be a China thing. I mean, I can't, again, the YJ. So QTT, it's not a low float, 87 million in the float. Great looking tape, look at this. But you know, it's very choppy on the weekly. It looks like there's all sorts of little pockets of resistance that it would have to, may struggle to get through. Let me take a look at Drive here, DRIV. This is the, still up. This is the ETF for the, call it the electric vehicle sector. Wow, it's 10:30 already. So even though I haven't made any trades, it's been a super fast morning. Just so much activity. So, well, first of all, welcome to the room. If you're new to the room, this is the format Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time. I share my screen and I'm live on the mic. Now, obviously, the market is closed, as is the room on Thursday. The market is closed on Thursday for U.S. Thanksgiving, and it's open half a day on Friday. I'll open the room. It's only open half a day, though, till 1 o'clock Eastern Time. Okay? If you are a Trade Idea subscriber, I am sharing. Well, okay, first of all, I want to direct you to my homepage. PLAG on the move here too. I see. I'm just over and over in this window. Interesting. No new highs. No, that's impossible. That's because I've got the 12:30 start there. Ah, all right. Sorry about that, guys. Here it is. So if you are a Trade Ideas subscriber, or even if you're not, if you click on my homepage, now, you know, listen, I'd hold off. If you want to take out a subscription, I'd probably wait till tomorrow. I know we'll have a Black Friday promo. I'll probably have a code for tomorrow, okay, which will be better than the 15% off. But if you can't wait, this is how much Trade Ideas does cost. So we have 4 plans, a premium and a standard annual plans, $22.68 a year minus the 15% right now. Standard, $10.68 a year minus the 15%. The big difference between premium and standard is the AI, which I'm going to go over. There are some other differences, but the main reason people take our premium service is because they want to see how the AI is. You don't have to take an annual plan. You can go monthly. So there's the standard plan, 118 less the 15%, 228 less the 15% for the premium. The promo, the discount's only good for the first month. So if you want to upgrade, say from a premium, standard to premium, or from a monthly plan to an annual plan, you can do so and we'll honor the promo code. Now on my homepage, we have a lot of other information, including how to get the trade of the week, sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. and usually about 30 to 45 minutes before the market opens every Monday morning. This week's is RIDE, R-I-D-E. It was considered live, I think around 27.31. Pre-market, I think it got up to 32 before it, fell like a lot of the EVs. But anyway, that is the trade of the week. I do a recap of what's happened in the room. Here are all my scans that I'm sharing. Click on this link right there. Here are all the scans that I'm sharing. Education links. I know I repeat myself every single day, but I really think this is an important link, which I like to put on its own. So the 20 short lessons. If you're brand new to trade ideas, please, I think it's really beneficial if you look at this. It goes over all of the basic features of trade ideas. What is a top list, how to build one, what is an alert window, how to create one. And these are very short, it's all text-based, so you can really go quickly through them. It won't take 20 days. Okay. Now, there is a YouTube feed that I moderate at the same time as this room. Basically the same. People can hear me and see my screen. I take a break between 12 and 12:30. At that point, one of the other traders takes over in the YouTube stream. So today is Steve, who is the prime originator of the trades of the week. So you can go there and he's more of a swing trader than I am. So you can always, and I'll put this link in on its own, probably about 11:45 or so, just before I go on my break. And daily webinars. So we're not on I don't think we're on a normal, we're not on schedule yet because of the shortened week. Next week, I'm sure we'll be back to our normal routine. So Monday to Friday at 5 o'clock Eastern time, all the webinars. You can sign up for them all. If you can't make it live, no problem. They're all archived. Educational videos. A lot of videos are here. So that is all from my homepage. Okay, everything is here from my homepage. My scans, education, my recap, and getting the trade of the week, and if you want to take out a subscription. And there goes QTT. Yeah, it's just a tab, Zamo. It's just a tab, swing trading. You're in the off topic right now. It's just a tab. I mean, I guess we could call it a room, but okay, do you see the tab? Okay. Now, I don't participate in there really. This is more for you guys who want to talk about potential swing trades. All right, now I will talk about the AI and what it is all about. So the AI, we have what we call 50 baseline strategies. And once the market closes, the AI gets to work with an optimization routine for those 50 baseline strategies. That's what happened last night once the market closed. Of those 50 strategies, these are the ones that made the cut. Okay, why they made the cut? Well, it had the right profit factor and win percentage combination. That's the extent of it. So, if you need our premium service, what I would do to follow the AI alerts all day long, I wouldn't get hung up on, well, I see there's Neo, I see there's 2.0, I see there's Grail, without being so dismissive, but I will just say, who cares? If you click on new and then AI/Holly strategy trades window, you will see all the alerts all day long as they come in. It's that simple. You have an entry, you'll have a stop, then it's up to you to manage the trades. So personally, I don't care from where they come. I just want to see the alerts. And that is the AI. Now, here is what you're seeing here is called Brokerage Plus. Brokerage Plus can be used in two ways. Just one moment. I have a message here. Okay. I don't know if you're in the room. Aaron, are you in the room? Because you asked about my watch list. I don't know if you're in the room. I can explain it. Well, there's no good tutorial because the AI can be used in so many different ways, okay? How you use it might be completely different from other people. All I say is that use it as a watch list. You manage the trades. You have an entry, you have a stop, and it's up to you to manage the trades. We cannot tell you how to manage the trades. Okay? Well, there are a lot of columns. Some of them are obvious. Entry time, entry price, the last price, exit, stop price. Why? The only thing I go over, aggressive, moderate, and conservative. These are, aggressive means if you kept the trade all day long, what would happen? Moderate is if you kept the trade all day long, unless it got stopped out, what would happen? And conservative is getting out exactly when the AI got out. That's really it. Other than that, there are a ton of columns you can add. I wouldn't get overwhelmed by them all. This is what I have. I'm not saying, it's a be all and the end all. But, I wouldn't get too hung up on all of the different columns. Okay, so when I click on TI, I'm not sure I know what you mean. Are you talking about this toolbar? That's all you've got? Praveen? Not sure I understand what you mean. Still don't know what you mean. Click in TI. I would like to see all my TI. So if you click on Windows, you can show all as an example. Is that what you mean? But that would mean that you've minimized them all for some reason. Okay. So yeah, actually, before I talk about Brokerage Plus, because I should do this every day. Look at the SPY, guys. Actually, the SPY is having a nice little run now. Nice little run. First and foremost, Trade Ideas is a scanner. First and foremost. So I don't want to get people confused that, well, if I don't have the premium service, or do I have to use Brokerage Plus in order to use the scanner? Do I have to have an interactive broker account? No. Okay. First and foremost, Trade Ideas is a scanner. We happen to link with many brokerage platforms. Linking is this. We have a in the toolbar, tools, external linking. Okay, and then you would just follow the rules. So what does linking mean? All it is a time saver. So if I click on an alert, once I've linked to my brokerage platform, then when I click on the alert, it'll load into my order entry in my brokerage platform. From there, I would trade. Okay, that's it. It's a time saver. That's what linking does. Now, we have a bit of a special arrangement with Interactive Brokers so that you can actually use this, or this Brokerage Plus window. So instead of trading from within Interactive Brokers, you could trade from within this window here. How to do that? I'm going to put a video in. And this covers virtually all the aspects of using Brokerage Plus to trade your Interactive Brokers account. What's secure? It's secure. So watch that video and that'll explain exactly. So you can do things like set up your own buying and shorting parameters. So you get an alert, you like what you see, you go back to the symbol, and then pick how you want to trade it. So it's not quite auto trading, but it's pretty darn close. Here's another one, PEI. I haven't seen this one for a while. So that's how you can use Brokerage Plus and Interactive Brokers to actually trade your account. The other way to use Brokerage Plus is as a paper trader, simulator trader. If you're new to trading, please practice trading first. You would click on the sim, from the toolbar. Now this is only available in the app. If you're using our web-based version, this is not available. So what you see here are these were carryovers from yesterday. Though I took this out. Okay, the fuel cell, I took this out, I flattened it. But these are carryovers from yesterday. And that's how you can practice swing trading. So if I get an alert though, this is how easy it is to use the simulator. Click on an alert, the symbol shows up. Here's how many, I can pick how many shares I want. I can pick the price I want. So, okay, Jimmy, so are you talking about the offset? So when you say more aggressive, are you talking about the offset? I'm not sure I understand unless you're talking about the offset. So you set a limit order, but then you have an offset that, I mean, if you want to be super aggressive and make sure you get the trade, you have to have a fairly high offset. That's all covered in the video. Unless you're talking about something else that I'm not aware of or not understanding. Yeah, okay, so increase the offset. Just increase the offset then, if that's what you want to do. So from you have -2, increase it. It'll just be trial and error. You can increase it to -5 cents or -10 cents. I mean, how? How? You just, it's literally just change it. Okay? Yeah, I know. We just looked at PEI, Prince Edward Island. So do you understand, Jimmy? So I mean, you just have to, if you want to be more aggressive, take trades that are really moving quickly. You have to increase your offset. It's as simple as that. To what? I can't tell you. I mean, you're going to have to practice. You're going to have to trial and error it. Yeah, this is MasterCard. Yeah, it's way out of the price range that I'm Sandeep that I really look at. I mean, I look at MasterCard. I mean, it's almost an all-time high. I mean, it's $29 away. Oh, I see. Okay. Yeah, the bigger the number, yes. -0.05 is more aggressive, yes. That's okay. Okay. Yeah, so I don't, this is out of my, I can't really review. I mean, there's nothing I can, it's almost an all-time high for MasterCard. Nothing more I can add. It's just way out of the price range that I like to trade. I mean, right now I don't see any specific, it could either go up from here or down from here. I mean, it's in limbo right now. Kaiser, I did not know. If I had known for sure, I would have phoned the banker and mortgaged everything. But Fuel Cell was very. It had room. You hear me talk about it all the time. It had a lot of room on the higher time frames, and it was in the EV sector. It was hot. Mara. I mean, it was. It's crypto. Crypto is hot. It's more of a sector play than anything. So let me take a trade here, guys, just to show you how you can do it. So let's take a look at Fisker here. Let's take 200 shares. The market is, let's see what happens when I buy 200 shares at the market. Okay. So I got in at 17.16. You can see there's Fisker long, 200. Now, always have a stop, right? Always have a stop. I'm going to put my stop here. Before you take a trade, you should know what your stop is, but I'm just showing you how you can add it. So you would have known this ahead of time because that'll help your share size. So I'm going to add the stop order. Well, they both closed well. That's the other thing. They both closed fairly well. So that gave me the confidence that if they were going to continue, I didn't have to worry about, yesterday's resistance today so much. So there it is. There's the stop. So if the price goes down to 16.85 and I don't do anything, it'll take me out for a $61 loss. Okay, this is in the simulator. I can put a target if I want. Let's put a 1750 target. I'm just showing you how you can do it. And unfortunately, even on the monthly chart, see, it's way above here. That's the problem with these ones that are, basically all-time highs. So it would be up here. So that's why that red line appeared there. So if it went up to 1750, it'll take me out. Now, these lines are movable. So let's just say this trade really started to work well. I could use this like a trailing stop and move it up to areas on the chart that make sense. What do I mean by that? Well, if there's another new support area, after it moves up and then there's another new support area, I could put the line there. So if it broke down through that support area, I should be out of the trade. Same thing with if it approaches the target, I don't have to leave it there. I can move it. So this is a visual way of doing it. I can also, if I want to get out of a trade, there's Fisker right now. If I want to get out of the trade, I would flatten it. These are hotkeys. I can get out of half my trade or I could double it. So, or I could go right in here and I could, pick how many shares I wanted to get out and the price I wanted to get out. So this is a great way to practice trading. You do not have to have, I should say it like this, you don't have to, it doesn't matter what brokerage account you've got. It's using our real-time data. You get the question a lot, do I have to have an Interactive Brokers account in order to use the simulator? No, it's using our real-time data. What I've done is part of the standard service. The only time you would need our premium service is if you wanted to auto trade anything. What do you mean by what type of sell orders do I use for swing trades? I'm not sure I understand the question, Casey. I mean, it depends how many shares I've got. I mean, I'll take if I'm swinging something. It depends how many shares I've got, of course. And if I see it getting to a level that I'd like to take some out, I just sell. It's that simple. If you're talking about the difference between limit and market, I mean, it depends on the spread. If it's a decent spread between, the difference between the bid and ask is pretty tight, then you can go market. Otherwise, you'll probably have to go limit. You're in the tech support tab there, Mr. William Squirrel. So this is not recommended, okay? But you can toggle back and forth. It's just not recommended. The reason why, and I'll never do it, especially moderating a room. I stick in the simulator. When I trade, I actually just trade from within my Interactive Brokers account. I'm not going to start toggling back and forth, forgetting what I'm doing. Okay. Okay, somebody asked that question earlier, Moja. So just right click, properties, right click, properties, actions, uncheck the play sound. Okay. Okay, if you don't want to hear it over and over. Yes, and halted immediately. This could be interesting. Who's behind it? So this was FSTX another IPO? Yeah, so here are a couple IPOs today, guys. FSTX and VMAR. One of the quirks about our halts resumes is that many, many, many times, I would say at least 90% of the time, IPOs show up as a resume. And again, if you want this window, it's one of the scans that I'm sharing. Yeah, I don't think you can't set a stop in the pre-market, Casey. You have to, it all has to be done manually. Okay? And that's not just Brokerage Plus. Virtually every broker, you can't put a stop. You have to do it all manually. So you want to trade the pre-market and post-market, it all has to be done manually. So there is no 20% coupon that I'm aware of, Sandeep, but if you wait tomorrow, and I'm pretty sure, well, I know we'll have a Black Friday special, and I'll probably have a promo code tomorrow. And it'll be at least 20% off. It probably will be 25, but no guarantees. VMAR, this is the one they're talking about, I think, VMAR. Let's see who's behind that one. Not anybody big. I don't know Think Equity. It says a division of Fordham Financial. Wow, that's a very, very low number. 2.4 million issued at 10. So this is, this could be pretty crazy. This could be pretty crazy. In fact, it almost looks like this should have been a SPAC. You know, all these SPACs come out at $10, but yeah, if you want to upgrade, if you are on a monthly subscription right now and you want to upgrade to an annual, you can use the promo code. I would wait till tomorrow. I think that for the again, I can't guarantee it's going to be 25%. But what you would have to do is go to our homepage. So I would wait till tomorrow. Second, and if you wanted to upgrade, you might want to just maybe save this link. Go to the home page, and then when you click on it, a little pop up, or they'll say something like start a discussion. Just say, hey, I'd like to upgrade. Here is my email that I use to log into Trade, or that I use to sign up for Trade Ideas, so they can find your account, and then they'll do it. Okay. So I don't understand your question. BCLI has a big gap, doesn't have to cover. I don't understand your question. Nothing has to do anything. All right, so my watch list is very, very quiet today. The last few days it's been very active, probably even too many alerts. A lot of the EV stuff was in here. So today, very, very slow. You know, Tilray was okay for a while, up to 818. I don't think this one really, yeah, this is not really doing anything. Yeah, and this is one of the China EV, well, sort of an EV. It's not an EV really, but one of the China auto plays. To 100. It could. I mean, this really get the SPY here a little bit. Okay, I think what I need to do is get the pre-market back. There, look at the NAS, guys. Remember a little while ago, NAS was actually negative when it was doing this. Look at the run now. Okay, XPEV is coming back. I mean, it's already come back a lot from 62 to 70. But remember, this was at one point in the pre-market $78. So this is starting to come back. So whatever the reason that this happened, it seems to be allayed somewhat. I don't know, Kaiser. I have no idea. It was probably reverse splits or something. Probably reverse. Probably it was a name change here. You're not a subscriber yet, are you? Just curious. So you've been in the room for quite a few weeks now, but you decided not to take out a subscription. But I believe that what happened here is it's just a symbol name change, so not reflected in our charts. Oh, you are a subscriber. I'm sorry. I thought I must have you confused with somebody. There might be another Kaiser. I think there is another Kaiser. But you're definitely the one, the only. All right, how is my Best Buy doing? Yeah, really not doing too much. Earnings. Yeah, this might be the time to start picking these now. They look like a lot of them are starting to come back. There's Arrow, another China play. It is not a China play. Sorry. EV play. Sorry, not a China play. AYRO. Let's see if it can break out through 9. This got up to what, 10.29 in the pre-market. Sorry, not the pre-market, when the market opened. In the pre-market, it got up to 11 AYRO. So keep an eye on this one, especially on a 9 break. It's just starting to move a little bit here. In fact, it looks like on the 5-minute chart that 8 EMA is going to cross over the 20 SMA. It already crossed here in the 2. Do not know what you meant by that. Verbal kint. Don't know what you meant by that, Xanadu. That is, even for me, that is just too cryptic. Yeah, actually, there are a lot of shares available now. At the beginning, when I checked Blink up here, there were no shares available at Interactive Brokers, but looks like there's been a lot of short covering because 200 with IB customers anyway, there are 234,000 shares now. Oh, okay. Been a while for that movie. I should not be on mute. Oh, you put me on mute. I see. Okay. How dare you? Yeah, this is I mean, man, 308, $4. Yeah, I mean, it's what did it hit? 421 in the pre-market. I keep saying, sorry about that. It's not the pre-market. 421. I mean, if it takes that out, what could possibly happen? You see where it's stalled right here. I mean, 445, I mean, boy, I mean, there's still a ton of room if it wants to keep going. And that's the YJ. Okay, guys, keep an eye on the AYRO. The longer it holds over 9, with that little cross here, there is a cross at 890 or so, almost 880 on the 2-minute. If you're wondering what I'm talking about, there's the, let's expand this a little bit. Okay, so you see that orange line, that is the 8 EMA, exponential moving average. The blue line is the 20. When the 8 EMA crosses over the 20 SMA, that can present a long opportunity. So you can say, I mean, does it happen like this all the time? Of course not. But that is presenting a long opportunity. That's on the 2-minute. And if you look at the 5-minute, there it is right there. A little bit later, right there. It looks like the 5-minute is trying to cross over the 20. So this, again, maybe a bit of a confirmation that this could set up a nice long play. I don't see that VMAR is halted. Doesn't look like it. It's just a terrible spread. So, you know, it's tough to trade. Wow, PLTR still, oh man, oh man. So what's the high today is 23.38, so it's almost at the high. There's YJ making a new high. Wow. Traded half the float. Well, again, you know, if it crosses, you know, you just have to kind of watch it for a while to see if it moves off the cross. How long it can keep going up, I mean, that's, you know, impossible to know. But they don't all keep moving up, of course. I mean, when I look at AYRO, the next step would be, okay, if you believe this cross is you know, is valid, then you just have to look. I mean, the next level that it could stall is around 913, 914. I mean, if it can get through here, boy, I mean, look at where it could go. I had no idea. YJ actually was a. Oh, I see something. That's a little bit crazy, guys. So I didn't even notice this. So 356 on the entry. Something screwed up with the stop. There's no way that should have been that tight a stop. Got stopped out. But you had a re-entry at 352, and from there it just soared. If you don't have these re-entry columns, the re-entry time, and price column, you should add them. Look at PLTR, guys. Another new high. Yeah, just somebody I'm not familiar with them at all. I did take a look. Think Equity, a division of Fordham Financial Management. Okay, guys, so I really have to draw your attention to this reentry, okay? I haven't talked about this in a bit. The reentry, you'll notice here that there's a reentry price that is automatically calculated because it's just halfway between the entry and the stop. If the stock gets hit, if the stock actually hits the stop price at any time, not just on a stop hit, but then comes back up to the reentry price, you'll get a second alert. And so yes, I'm trying to figure out, I don't know why that, I mean, that's a crazy, 6 cent stop or 7 cent stop. That's obviously too tight. Don't know what happened there. So now, if you got back into the reentry, you're up 37%, even more, because it's basing that off 356. Okay, key area for AYRO, as I mentioned before, if it can take out that 915, see, it just might struggle right here. If it can see its way through here, it might keep moving. AYRO. So I don't know where, YJ, 112%. Yeah, so I had the explanation of why. Okay, guys, AYRO. AYRO is alive and kicking. Took out that 15. So you can see how these EMAs, these crosses can work. YJ is on Holly. Yes, it is. Well, that's it, Cam. I cannot see any specific news about it other than the fact that it reports a couple of days. Yep. You don't have to have an annual plan. Yes, premium. So right here. So if you click on my homepage link, yes, you'll see that you can do this. So if you click on the Get Trade Ideas, so this is just a toggle. So there's your monthly, premium monthly, standard monthly. Okay? And so the discount, the promo, whatever promo is active, the time you take out a subscription, it'll be good for the first month only. After that, goes to these two prices, okay? Well, an exit point really, not really. I mean, that'll have to be up to you, chart reading and all of that. I mean, you say you're in this one 2650, so you're obviously in the money. I mean, what you do now is entirely up to you. You have to be able to read. I mean, if I'm looking at this, I'm looking at, longer term time frames. I mean, it still in theory has a way to go. But no, the tool is not going to say you should get out here, or here, or here, or here. I thought that they had happened yesterday, Zach. I guess I'm wrong. Look at another one that is trying to come back, guys. GTEC, GTEC. Nice base right there, a little pop. Well, this still looks interesting, this YJ. I mean, it did get up to 5. Look at the cross there. Remember I was talking about crosses? So look at the cross right, it looks like right around there, 348 on the 2-minute chart. Didn't really cross on the 5. It actually crossed in the pre-market way down here. But now, I should tell you about this one, the Atro. What happened here is that I was demonstrating how you can put a buy order in, a conditional buy order in, and that's what happened. It triggered. I obviously really do not want to be in this one, but I was just showing you how you can do it. Other thing that happened, I'm not sure what happened because I don't know why the Mara disappeared. This is one that in the simulator I was in, I think at 280 something. And I don't know what happened. It disappeared. There goes YJ, guys, over 5 again. Sandeep, that is really up to you. I mean, I can't tell you how many stocks. Everybody's different. I don't know how your mind works. How many stocks you can process. One of the reasons I create the watch list for new traders. This is a little light, but it'll give you a pretty, usually less than 10 stocks to take a look at all day long. But I can't answer a question like that. The question was, how many stocks should we keep an eye on during a day? I mean, it's. Boy, look at the look at the SPY. This is now a great move for the SPY here. Oh, this is one big wow out of nowhere. There's just something we're not. I don't see any news on it. Okay, so when you say he agreed that he won, is that a concession? An absolute concession as opposed to what happened yesterday with the GSA? If you're talking about what happened with the GSA, then that is not a concession, not yet. Yeah, I doubt it's. Oh, I mean, listen, that's my opinion. I doubt it's going to the Supreme Court, but but anyway. Yeah, coming right back. XPEV is coming right back. So I don't know what you mean by that, Sandeep. You mean the SPY. You mean SPY. I don't know what you mean by that. Well, they look like they're in the right market. Electric boats, or whatever you said. No, no, I did not mention this. No, I did not mention it. Well, I think I said the SPY is up. That's all. SPY is up, yes. Look at the SPY is what I said. One moment, please. I'm just trying to answer some email. Look at, while I do this, keep an eye on fuel cell now. Look at what it's doing. Look at what it's doing right there, curling over that 9. There's the cross, again, that cross that we talk about, 893. Little cross there, looks like at 892, so very close on both time frames. Meanwhile, YJ continues. Now look at this monthly chart here. I mean, well, we haven't had one like this for a while, but there it is, 56%. You know, after being stopped out, a very, very, very tight stop. Re-entry at 352. Unfortunately, I didn't even see that. I was watching other stuff. I wish I had. I would have taken that trade in a heartbeat. But the new blink, but not doing the same thing as far as I know. This is what an e-commerce platform. I mean, my goodness. Just looking to see if there's anything comparing, but I don't really see that here. But price action. I guess nothing compares price action wise. FTech on the move again, guys. Here, FTech. I think I mentioned it just on that sixth break. Maybe I didn't. Oh, sorry, it was another one. That was a fuel cell. So FTech is on the move, but so today, remember how I was saying for the last 2 to 3 weeks we've had some great trend trades. So today is not the trend day. I mean, it may turn into it, for the balance of the day, but this is what I'm talking about. We had some chop early on, as opposed to something that was nicely trending higher, basically all day. So Deuce, I'm not sure I understand. Is that a question or is just a statement regarding fuel cell? Statement, okay. SPY has a nice trend right now, absolutely. The reentry was 352, right here. Well, 377 to whatever it is now, I will take that. 377, so it was almost $2 from the high. All right, guys, so I am getting closer to my break. Well, it certainly was choppy at on the 15-minute chart, you could argue. I mean, there's a big topping tails since then. I mean, right now but this 30-minute period right here, basically straight up without any pullback. But it pulled back there. But even on the 5, not terrible. I mean, it's not terrible. We can't expect them to be, green can. What I look at is the body of the red candles. That's a pretty narrow body right there. Now this is becoming a lot bigger, so this could be the end of it for a while. Well, okay. Well, all candles will have a wicks, like topping tails and bottoming tails, as I call them. So that's the body, without looking at the topping tails and the bottoming tails. So when you look at YJ, that's a very narrow body right there, and a little topping tail and a bottoming tail, but a narrow body. Well, the body, there, like right there, there's the body, there's the topping tail, there's the bottoming tail, there's the body of the candle. I don't know if there's any specific news for U.S. Steel. Somebody asked, what is I mean, that's a that's a tremendous move for U.S. Steel X. Maybe just, I don't see any crude steel output rises 12.7%. China crude steel. There's an upgrade. Well, that's a great move for U.S. Steel. I mean, 217 million in the float. Well, it means it could be a lot whippier. A long body could be a lot whippier. I mean, that, like, here on a daily chart, you look at this. I mean, it could be, somewhat parabolic. I mean, this is a big move for U.S. Steel. As opposed to this. Look how narrow these bodies are. Straight, straight, basically straight up. If you had had a candle like that here, I guarantee you would have seen some profit taking. Well, yeah, there's a big body for XPEV. You know, on that 15, look at this. Typically, you get narrow bodies. You know, it'll be easier on your psyche. I mean, it's always wonderful to be in a trade and you have a huge candle, but rest assured, there are going to be people like William who are going to say, you know what, I'm shorting this top. True. Well, GKK, don't get too disappointed with me, but I'm totally out of the Mara. I can always get back in. Yeah, Mara. I mean, my guess is that MJ, the index, is starting to fade. Actually, not that bad. So Mara is kind of trading on its own here in terms of drifting down. Mara is trading. Yeah, look at this. Look at that candle right there. There's a lot of volume that just came in. A million shares. So, back to the drawing board. See if I pick this up at some point later on. This is not shortable, still not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Not shortable with the big red dot, meaning they won't even try to find shares. Okay, give me one moment, please. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. Well, RUHN, I saw that one. RUHN. Another China stock. So these mail order houses. What does that sound like? YJ? Electronic shopping. So keep an eye on RUHN. This might be the, those are getting out of YJ. Maybe piling into this one now. Low float, 10.9 million in the float. What did YJ have? Yeah, so wow, keep an eye on RUHN. There could be, I mean, it's already moved, but it's only 18% compared to the other one. Oh, I have no idea. I don't know. The question was, does Interactive Broker give us some edge to trade compared to, say, Fidelity? I don't know Fidelity, so I can't compare them. If you're talking about wanting to use Brokerage Plus, you need an Interactive Brokers account. But if you're just talking about comparing one broker to another, I can't answer that. Used to be that Interactive Brokers seem to have more shorts than most other brokers out there, but I've never had Fidelity, so. Boy, keep an eye on this one. So what do we have here? We look left on that weekly chart, and 310 is the high, so it's just a little bit above that. Let's see, the next high, 313. The next high, 330. I mean, if it clears this area, RUHN, this could have that run. It's a low float, 10 million in the float. I can't believe it's Citi maintain coverage with a target of $4.20. That's Citi. What are they getting involved in something this cheap? But anyway, so really keep an eye on this one. This could those who are kind of rotating out of YJ, if they're rotating out of that, they could be going into RUHN. Yeah, CLF has been, I mean, these trades of the week are designed for longer term holds. It's up to you when you want to get out of them, but there wasn't a big reason to get out of CLF. All right, guys, so Steve is going to be, let me make sure, I think Steve Gomez is going to be in the YouTube feed. Okay, guys, I'm going to put the link for the YouTube feed, and when I'm on vacation, I wish when I am on my break, which starts momentarily, you can head over to the YouTube feed. Steve Gomez is going to be there, and he is again the originator of most of the trades of the week. I would say 98% of them. Okay. Look, wow, you're welcome, Keg or Seg, or look at the SPY, guys. This is a beautiful move here. I'm going to continue to watch this RUHN, see how well it holds 3. Little bit of a pullback here. Just want to see if it holds this 3. If I'm right about maybe people cycling out of that YJ for a bit and getting into this one. So this is what I'm talking about. Look at Candy. So yeah, this is definitely not even though the market is doing this. Well, some of the stuff that I follow anyway. Maybe I'm concentrated too much on the EVs, but this is definitely no trend. I don't think there's any. I didn't see any news for Nikola. I mean, at the beginning, I would have said, okay, following what the other EVs were doing, but this certainly had a mind of its own because where the rest of them were heading down, this one was heading up. All right, guys, I'm getting close to my break, so I'm just going to put the announcement in. Yeah, I'm not totally leaving, just a little break. Yeah, well, because I don't celebrate Thanksgiving, I just celebrate the day off. That's my extent. I'm Canadian. Not remember. Okay, there he is. Thank you, Steve. I will stop the stream right now.
All right. Looks like you got eyes on my little wallpaper there. Let's bring up the trade ideas and put that on mute. All right, ready to go. Hello, everybody. Happy Tuesday. Everybody enjoying this small cap extravaganza. Look at these IWMs, Russell 2000. You just can't stop it. Hello, Cyberk. Yes, discussed a little bit yesterday in Jamie's webinar and again today in my afternoon webinar that the many years I've been watching price action, it just seems like Thanksgiving holiday and even sometimes around Christmas holiday, the Santa Claus rally, that has a name for it. But this Thanksgiving week, these first 3 days of Thanksgiving, Brian Shannon, my friend, called it silly season, and he's right. Some years are more than others, but this year is on top of the curve, silly season with this small cap stuff. What happens is I think the retailers are off, the retail traders are off. They've got accounts, they're itching to play the games, and they just start trading something that's of interest. And we had an election, and I think the EV plays have been off the charts. The alternate energy plays have been off the charts, just totally turbocharged by the election. So probably one of my best weeks in a long time last week, and off to a great week again this week. My mom asked me to start trading her retirement account 10 days ago. She thinks I'm a wizard now. I told her, please don't expect that all the time, because we never really see these giant moves in one day. I mean, let me just show you something funny here. Even something like this, you see this little sell tag here? This is me getting out of X this morning, just not even anticipating that this type of move, an 18% move, could come from a company like X, US Steel. But here we are. So a lot of names under 20 are moving. You know, if we look around at the stuff that was holding up the market before, as soon as my system unfreezes here, NASDAQ was always driving us higher. I mean, this looks, don't get me wrong, this looks really good right here, just following that nice little moving average. This is just a bird in the hand, waiting to take flight. There's my bird, looks more like a fly. But when we look at the IWM, that has been where the action is. But my point was back to what has leading us before, right? The Apples, the Amazons, not so much. The Googles, Netflix. But then we have the Teslas adding to the S&P 500. That brought, again, another layer of interest into the EVs, the electric vehicles, and the alternate energies. I mean, look at that beautiful break from a wedge. So we'll see if this continues, but, welcome to the silly season. As I described, I think it's a confluence of retail traders coming in and just really blasting intense Robinhood traders, whatever you want to call them, on the story stocks. And story stocks can be full of life and full of laughter and froth and parabolas until they don't anymore. Show you another one from this morning. This one was actually much better. I told myself last night, the last bit of clean energy that I had, which I mirror in the Brokerage Plus account here just to keep track of all the stuff. I said I'm selling the open on CLNE no matter what. I mean, speaking of parabolas, parabolic, it doesn't get much more parabolic than that. And when the music ends, musical chairs, it's more fun to have a seat in when everybody's buying than it is when everybody's selling. Looked like it was going to take another attempt to come back to highs here. Didn't quite get there, and now we have broken what I talk to you guys all the time about, the intraday 10 simple moving average on a 15-minute chart. Once you get a candle that closes after a nice move, look at this demonstration here. Actually, I can go back even another day. It all started back here. Boom, held it, held it, held it, held it, held it, held it. Tried to hold it, failed. So if you're somebody who's trying to figure out a way that's simple enough to try and squeeze the most momentum you possibly can out of something, use a 15-minute chart and wait for a closing candle. I mean, if you had gotten out right here because you were scared that it wouldn't go higher, you missed out on all this and you're kicking yourself. There's a lot of that going on today out there, I guarantee you. I mean, like I said, it's been a great week for me, and even I'm still kicking myself on a few things that didn't really work out the way I thought. Leaving a lot of money on the table is annoying, but what are you going to do? I had the trade of the week last week, as some of you may know, Cleveland Cliffs, in my mom's account I mentioned a minute ago. I actually sold that above 11, so I'm pretty happy on that one. But take what we can get around here. So the chat window's open. I don't really have a whole lot I want to talk about. I mean, we keep this hour open for especially people who were sent here by Trade Ideas support staff for help on using the platform. If you need help, configuring something or needing to understand something, certainly let me know. I'm here to talk about that. Anybody else who came over from some of the other social media rooms, welcome. We can look at charts that you want to talk about. But I tell you what, I can imagine what a lot of these charts are going to look like today that you guys want to talk about. They're probably going to be really extended, so we can look at them and maybe put them through the lens of this 15-minute risk management window I talked to you about. I've got something else I'm going to talk about this afternoon. It's called the 5-day moving average, and it's this blue line. It's something that I have actually added to my 15-minute chart. My 15-minute charts have been so clean because all they've really ever had was the 10 SMA, but a little bit of a tease here. I'm going to talk about the 5-day moving average and how you can apply that to a 15-minute. All right, hello, Islam. What about XPEV? And there we go, the parabola. Okay, so first thing I do is I look up and I see what is the excitement all about. What's everybody talking about? Why is this stock in a parabola? So I look at my single stock window. It tells me this is automobile manufacturing. Okay, I'm going to just assume that this has an electric vehicle component. We could always look. And again, I'm doing this for you guys to show you kind of the workflow when somebody says to me, what do you think of? Profile, that's what I'm looking for. Smart electric vehicles. How did I guess that? Because that's what everybody's talking about. So let's look back a little bit in the time machine. Beautiful tests there of the 10-day moving average, which of course I love. Beautiful test there. Now we're in this musical chairs level where you've got the 10 SMA way down here and the current price up here. And this greed factor, I'll call it right here. Who's going to blink first? So if we put it through that lens of what I was talking about earlier, a little bit of a mess on the open because it broke that 10-period moving average and then quickly collected it. This is not a bad looking setup right here. Let me show you what I see here on the daily. When I see stocks that are in motion that had a big prior green candle day, a lot of times they will try and knock people out. This is really the early money, the day traders and the short-term swing traders like myself exiting on the open the next day if they feel they want to. But when those recover, that big wick we got right there, these can often turn into continued momentum. So on the bigger picture, it looks pretty good. When we zoom into the intraday picture here, as I said, it's been a bit sloppy this morning, but this is the real test right here. We're sitting here bouncing off my 10 SMA 2 times. If the price can't get going, and as the day drags on, in my opinion, most of the momentum, and I think you guys might agree, most of the momentum occurs in the first half of the day before lunch. It's very rare to get continued momentum throughout the day and to start leaning on this moving average as a qualifier. So, we're getting towards the lunchtime period here. If this thing holds, all the better. Then this has continued possibilities for the rest of the day. But if you were in, let's just say you're in down here and you anticipated the move and you got it and you're being totally rewarded and you've been just itching to take a profit all day long and you didn't do it here, I would use this right here. If this candle breaks down and closes below, we got 7-8 more minutes, and closes below that moving average for a second time today, I would use that as my signal to get out. As long as it doesn't, just stay in this guy. But these are just super everywhere. These stocks, hello Sharmila, these are just everywhere. But why was XPEV very choppy and have big body candle? Because the volatility is extreme right now. These things are moving the average true range on these electric vehicle, alternative energy type stuff is off the charts. Especially the first candle of the day. Those are the toughest ones. First candle of the day. The 10 SMA on the daily chart and the 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart is very predictable for me. I use it a lot. Can I explain why I would use the SMA rather than the EMA? I always have a snarky little answer for that because I like to keep it simple. I really don't have an other explanation other than I just started using that back in the 90s, and I haven't really deviated from it. Some people use 8 EMA or 13 EMA or 9 EMA. I just find it's close enough for government work. It's always just seemed to work rather well for me. So, and I don't really say that an EMA is not something that somebody should use. It doesn't. I wouldn't really, rain on anybody's indicator parade out there because trading is an art form. It's not a science. You can paint a beautiful painting with a big wide brush, or you can paint a beautiful painting with a small brush. Substitute that for time frame. That's trading. Substitute the colors and the mediums that you use. Well, that would be the indicators. Uh, well, first day with non-small cap stocks. Cyber. Today's my first day with non-small cap. It's kind of the opposite for me. This has been, I usually don't trade a lot of small caps, but I've been gravitating to them more recently because they've been really, really catching fire. Um, it seems to be predictable. I don't know. The price doesn't really matter to me. Small cap, large cap, they're still going to behave the same around certain areas of technical analysis, in my opinion. SMA, EMA, we got that one. Yeah, 1 billion market cap. I just look at kind of price sometimes. I probably should look at market cap more than anything. Um, what I've done lately, like the A table, some of you guys know I like this scan here called the A table, but I just duplicated it, and all I did was change one filter to where I've only got stocks under $25. That found me this one AR the other day. It's starting to break down on me, but I'm going to stay in it. So I look at more price. Small cap stuff to me is stuff under $5 pretty much for a reason. Um, and why is volatile when you have big volume? Because more people are participating. Islam, if you got a stock that only does, let's see, let's go back to your example, XPEV. All right, I want you to look at this right here. 4 times normal. Right now, for this time of day, we've got 4 times the amount of normal volume. Trading certificates and stocks, shares are turning over, turning over, turning over. They'll probably turn over the whole float in one day. Don't even have that value right there. But when you have a bunch of day traders getting in, getting out, getting in, and just recycling over and over the same shares, you start to get giant relative volume. When you have giant relative volume, the chances are that you're going to have bigger volatility and swings, bigger swings, and price and average true range. It's just the way it is. They go together like hand in hand. Yeah, X. X does have big market cap for X, right? Sirius Satellite. Now that's a bad example. Yeah, X was a big one, but it only had 200 million in the float. That wasn't really that much, and I never really considered X a small cap. I consider a lot of these other EV plays and alternate energy stocks, small caps. Bloom Energy is a small, well, not really that small, I guess. All right, I think we're catching up here. How do you choose the entry and exit for any stock? Well, I'm going to go back to what I like to do. The last week has been different. The last week, anytime anybody shows me something and it's got alternate energy or electric vehicle in it, I'm really interested for the most part because of the sector and the story, but it still has to make sense to me on the daily. Let's go back to what I called the trade of the week 2 weeks ago. For those that remember, it was CLIF, CLF. Look at that. There's the actual content. There is what the trade looked like. A beautiful little pullback. So this is what I'm looking for. This is what I sent out to the email to, I don't know, 80,000 people. Not everybody opens it, but Trade Ideas has me give out an idea every week, every Monday morning, and this was CLF. And this is what I liked. Beautiful trend. Pulled back. A lot of people coughed up some shares here, started to show some strength, bouncing off the 10-day and the 20-day moving average. And here we are 2 weeks later. There's that spot back there when the trade of the week was sent out. And it never really looked back. It never even touched that moving average again. So now this is why I sold in my mom's account up here. This to me is probably about as good of a swing trade that I like to do. I call it swing scalping. If this was a 5-minute chart, pretend this is a 5-minute chart, guys, and not a daily chart, right? You're scalping, 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 boom, I'm out. That's all I really want out of a daily chart is just a nice consolidation, an anticipated setup, participating in the move, trying to stay in as long as I can, and then once it starts to show some parabolic move, I want out because maybe the people that I talked about earlier that took the week off from their job, they're logging into their E-Trade account right about here, and they're the ones that are saying this trading is hard because they bought it and by the end of the day it just kind of collapses on them. You don't have much of a window of opportunity when things start to get parabolic. So I like to anticipate, participate, and then be contrarian in the exit. And when I mean the exit, it doesn't always mean just get out at one piece. I believe I sold a piece yesterday and I sold the final piece today. Let's look at something a bit more immature, not quite so mature. This is AR. Again, I found this on the A table junior stocks under 25 that have a nice looking chart. Now, not all of them will look the same. Some of them might be, Bed Bath & Beyond doesn't look bad at all, quite honestly. If something's extended, like it's been up 4 or 5 days, I'm not gonna be interested in it. But AR was very interesting here 2 days ago. Sorry, yesterday. I bought it yesterday. And let me just see where I bought it. Yep, I bought it right here yesterday on that blue line. So I'm in the participation mode right now. This isn't much of a profit for me. I'm going to try and let this thing work. Next thing I'll do is I'll zoom out and look left. Oh, look at this. Well, this is probably going to be my target, at least to sell the first half. So I will use my right-click functionality here, and I will try and stay ahead. I don't know if there's any pilots out there, but I used to fly, and then I started trying to fly a twin-engine plane, and things were happening twice as fast. And the instructor told me you've got to be flying the plane about 5 miles ahead. You always got to be thinking 5 miles ahead. So just sitting here and focusing on this all day long, trying to base your decisions on how to manage this trade is not going to help you. You need to think 5 miles ahead. What if this trade does start to rip much higher and take out this high right here? Well, there's that blue line right above. I think that's a perfect place for me to sell the first half. And the reason is because when I look left on the daily chart, whether it's algorithms or human traders, they're going to be looking at this level of resistance and say, hey, this 463 roughly area might be a place to start selling. The short sellers, likewise, profit takers like myself, might start seeing this as well. So this becomes an area of trouble. Likely it'll hit that level, I hope, and it'll chop around a little bit. But the moment it does hit it, I'm going to want to be a seller. So I just kind of walked you through A to Z there, what I would like to look for. There's no bell that comes up on my screen here and says, hey, buy it. You know, you see this thing moving fast. All this is just the S&P. I'm seeing a lot of green right now. There's a lot of stuff in the S&P. The S&P must, yeah, look at that. They're doing okay. If I saw a bunch of red start to come through, it might catch my eye and say, hey, wait a minute, maybe the market's starting to sell off a little bit. But the point is, these are really my go-to scans. And then I just kind of keep an eye on them. If there's something I don't like, I wouldn't chase that. Let's look to left and see if there's a reason. Well, not quite. This thing could have more move on it. All right, I'm probably getting away from my questions here. How do you choose entry and exit? There you go. I think hopefully that helps. Islam traded GE in recent and X today. Yeah, they're starting to come alive. I don't know what it is. Well, I think I know what it is. I think it's infrastructure. I think the country might be ready to start reinvesting in bridges and roads and infrastructure. Can you explain the squeeze me channel and how you would apply? Yeah, Dale, I'm going to take it a step further. The squeeze me channel actually evolved into the A table, what I just talked about. And what it is you see these dark colors up top. They're sorted. If I double click in the other column, they're going to lose their colors. But when I double click the short float, the ones with the highest short float, like, oh my God, I was in this at one time. Children's Place is having a short squeeze. All right, there's too many short sellers in Children's Place, probably because of COVID, and now they've realized they're wrong and they have to buy to get out. We're looking for short squeezes. That's what the squeeze me channel is also looking for. Those are scans that are basically set for definitely using a high short float filter, something like 10 or 15%. And I think those are also only limited to stocks that are close to a 52-week high over there in Squeeze Me. The A table, I've changed it up a little bit, and I've just used a simple proprietary scoring technique, which is called our score ratio. And if we break it open, I can show you. All right, filters. Score is going to be 80. So these are B students, 80, 90, and 100, meaning they have good technicals and decent fundamentals, but they also have at least 10% short the float. However, when I double click and sort by the column, the things of interest are the ones that come to the top. Apparently, I don't know if that's correct, but 137%. Here's Bed Bath & Beyond. I think I mentioned that earlier. Interesting. Now, when you start to overlay the fact that Bed Bath & Beyond appears to have 69% of 118 million short, well, that could start to portend a possible squeeze. And when I look at the moving averages here, we are now in kind of clear sailing air. We've broken out of those moving average wedge, that wedge there. That could be an interesting one. So how would you play something like this if you're interested? Well, you know, you could jump in now and just take a shot and use that low for down here 3 days ago for the low. But to tie it all together, I would use this A table for something I like and say, if it gets back above this level, just a random level, that blue line using my right click, create price alert, I've turned that into an alert. It's going to pop up in my face and the window's going to say, hey, this price just triggered, and that might be my moment to log in and buy this stock, this setup. So let me give that to you, and I will share it with you. Now also, the one below it says, oops, hang on a second, says A Table Junior. Now that's just the same exact scan that I'm giving you guys there in the chat window, but I've limited the price to $25 maximum. So hopefully that helps, Dale. We're just looking for stocks that are high short float, looking for possible squeeze setups, but I like to use this A table to identify those tight ranges that have a good short squeeze. And remember, I talked about AR. I'm in AR, and hopefully I can get to that blue line. I got a feeling that the short float of 25% might start getting scared and help propel this thing back up to that blue line, and that's my plan. All right, Dale's good. What kind of charts are you looking at when you decide if you will take this trade or not? It's just the ones you see, the daily and the 15. Nothing more, nothing less. And what I'll do also, Islam, as I said, I will back up and see, big deal right there, that blue line. I got to back up on my daily and see where the levels of resistance are. I'll use the 10 period, the 20 period, and the 50 period simple moving averages in my daily. But just for the intraday stuff, I only like that 10 period. And this one that I'm going to talk about later today, it's the 5-day moving average, but we're using it on a 15-minute time frame. There's a little bit of a trick that you have to do to get that. So I'll tease that for this afternoon's webinar. If you can't make it, that webinar will be recorded. Yes, Iris, I was way ahead of you there. That's been shared. All right, Elena wants to look at Delta. Shorting the Delta. I have a feeling. Are you, let me just ask you a question on this one. Are you shorting this because, and don't worry, you can be honest, don't worry, because I do it too. Are you shorting this because of what you think might happen to the airlines? Because I was guilty of shorting things like Twitter and Facebook over the last year because of something I thought was going to happen to them. And then when I realized I was going against the technicals of the chart, I laughed at myself and I got out. So with that said, you don't have to answer if you don't want, but this chart looks strong and I can't figure it out. I noticed it yesterday. I had my finger on LUV and I thought, well, maybe I'll go for a lower price one, JetBlue. They just look so good. And I didn't. You know why I didn't? Because I started thinking, who the hell is going to be traveling right now with all this COVID? But this is a perfect example of why overthinking and putting that in front of what the chart is telling you can either, one, make you lose money, or two, you miss out on some lost opportunity. So I don't necessarily think it's a great short. It looks really strong, and I can't figure out why the airlines look so strong. Jets is our ETF. Look at that. That's the ETF, and they all look the same. This is a very strong looking setup. I saw it yesterday, and I passed. I didn't want to deal with it because the backdrop of the story was too much. And I have a feeling that it's possible you might be using the story to take the short side. Oh, let me tell you what else I did that was just incredibly stupid. Netflix, when everybody was boycotting Netflix because of that insidious, stupid movie Cuties. I think it was where was it? I can't remember. It was back here somewhere. But it broke through, and I was like, "What am I doing, shorting this thing? Just get out." So the lesson is, Elena, the technicals always come first. In my case, I missed out not jumping in because they looked so strong. In your case, you're shorting them, but they look really strong. So if you want to give it the last push right here, if you want to try and trust that that's going to be the high, you need to hope and pray for a break intraday below this 10 SMA. If you can get that, then stay with the trade. Otherwise, to me, it looks like it's pretty darn strong. And not only that, when we look at our sectors for the day, oil service and airlines, they're the strongest. That's why my AR is strong today. It's part of the oil service, I guess. All right. If you want to use margin gain, I remembered how to say your name, you're welcome to, because this is the silly season, as I said, and this might be the time to really use it if you want. But just remember, margin can cut both ways. It can hurt as well as it can help. I don't think we're going to have these types of moves for very long. They don't last long when these things happen. When they're short-lived, you want to try and take advantage of them as best you can, and you can use margin to do that for sure. But just be careful when things stop working. Don't overdo it. Yes, Jimenez, trade ideas is great. A simulation trading premium. Well, we do have the simulation. We've got the Brokerage Plus simulation that you can have access up here in the B Plus window, and then you just log in using the Trade Ideas simulator. That's already included. We hope to have some contests, some gamification, DraftKings type stuff later in the or early in the new year, I mean to say. All right, I did buy some gold. I'm sorry, some silver mining. I've been in and out of this thing a lot, and it's hurt me more than it's helped me in the last couple of weeks. But I've just took it off my radar until this morning. And you get one of these things where it looks painfully obvious that it might have just tried to flush out and run the stops here. There is the low right there, and you can see that we just tickled by just maybe a few cents below, and now we've got this nice little hammer candle working. And let me just tell you a little story. I was long back here because I was excited that it was breaking out here, and then it hurt me, and then I bought some more on the moving average, and then it broke right here back to my second spot, and I said, no, I'm getting out. That's it. Not going to stick around for that. Took it off the radar. All of a sudden, I saw silver and gold were bouncing. So I just, what does this thing look like? So I'm taking another chance down here at the extreme lower level of this range that you can see. Sometimes you read those old trading textbooks and they just make it look as simple as that, right? Well, that's what I'm trying to do here. Nothing more, nothing less. A slow, evolving swing trade. And I'll be honest with you, if the stock closed right here the way the candle looks right now, I'd be perfectly happy with that, because that would be step one, first base. Let it try and start to build off that tomorrow. Those are the candles you look back on many times and go, oh man, why didn't I just see that and buy it that day? So when I buy things like that, I'm not really interested in it just turning and ripping 10% on me. I don't expect that today. This is a slow turning of the boat here. What's that? Bed Bath & Beyond. That's the alert we just set. So if I wanted to participate in that short squeeze, I would log in and do so. But I'm not going to. Any idea when Thinkorswim will be added? Can't wait for it. Yes, Gain. It's actually Thinkorswim is in the running. It's leading the pack, I should say, because it is the. Let me just give you a quick look at that right there. So this is the new version I have of the B Plus, and you can see E-Trade is coming online. Interactive Brokers is there, but TD Ameritrade is literally, they're the ones that are moving the fastest in our development pool, the sandbox as they call it, and they will probably be the first one, TD Ameritrade / Thinkorswim, that we start connecting to. I can't put a date on there, but I can tell you, again, it's super close, and they're going to be the winner. They're going to be the one that we connect to next. But people in-house are already connecting and firing trades through it. So it's being tested in live. What about the junior gold miners? I don't know. Let's take a look together. GDXJ. They just broke the 200-day, but the day's not over. If they could regain that, that would be nice. What does the Big Daddy look like? Yeah, okay, the Big Daddy, GDX, has also broken the 200-day. However, I'm over in silver, and silver is a little different than gold for some reason. Yeah, gold is now testing its 200-day, and those gold miners have broken the 200-day, whereas silver, not even close. So let's see what we can get from that. They need to reverse real quick here. Let's put it that way. Okay, Quinlan, they need to reverse here pretty quick. All right, Dale, what is the difference between stocks surging, Alpha Predator and Momentum? I don't know, not much. They're all going to be in motion, but here's what I would do. I don't want to go to those channels necessarily. I don't want to break up, because when I go to a channel and come back, I lose all of these A windows, and I can't see what's been coming through. I don't like that. But you can go to each one of those channels, and here's what I would do. In each scan, you want to go and right-click into the configure, and you can just go right to the summary. That's a basic summary. Let's not use that one. Let's find something else. You can just go to the summary and have the summary explain to you, there we go, what each parameter is. And you'll see a lot of overlay there in between highs of the day, predator, momentum, whatever you want to call them. They're just approaching it from a different angle. Some of them might approach it for you need high relative volume. Others might not approach it with high relative volume, but a high spike in 10-minute volume, or maybe a high spike in volume today. So I would encourage you to do that, because it helps you interact with the program additionally, to go through and just kind of break it open and look under the hood and see what the difference is. All right, my little gnome, my little elf friend here. Oops, ARLO, starting to show me some names. Arlo, more important than... So Arlo is what? Audio and video. Really? That doesn't seem right. ARLO. Why is this person interested? Cloud infrastructure and mobile app for smart connected devices. Why? Not really sure what he's seeing there. The chart is okay. It dipped back down below, but I don't see what the story is there. Nonetheless, let's look at this and say, okay, if it breaks out 25 cents higher, let's create a price alert. Just let the technicals tell us, regardless of what my good friend, who's a very good trader, is telling me. I'm just going to give a little bit of a head start there under those highs, and I will let the program say, hey, you might want to pay attention to ARLO, because your buddy Brian told you to take a look at that. All right. All right, can you clarify your thought process between silver miners and gold miners in relation to the moving averages? Oh, well, the only thing I was really seeing there for the most part was in relation to the 200, because, I mean, they're all pretty much broken. I mean, look at gold. It's been broken. It was just, I was in love with it back here, but I gotta let it go. But now we're reaching a very critical level, the 200-day. Got a little washy down here before at the 200-day. If we look at the gold miner X, very washy down there during COVID. But I just don't like the way that looks. It's just that's almost a decisive break of the 200-day. That's not healthy. Makes it really hard for the backdrop of the gold miners. But when we look at silver, the commodity, it's not healthy because it's under the 50, the 10, and the 20. That's not healthy. But just kind of hoping maybe it won't, roll over like the rest of them. I'm not going to give it much. Again, I am in FSM. It's the only one I'm in. And I'm looking for that shakeout, like a double low down here. It's looking, tons of stuff going on here. There's even a gap fill. So there's a gap fill, there's a low, there's another low. This is a pretty low risk entry, risk reward entry, as opposed to not a good risk reward entry, which I was in earlier. And lastly, the other one that's a big one is Pan Silver. And that one's even worse than FSM. That one's getting ready to test its 200. So, I mean, it's not the brightest of ideas here, but it's only one trade, whereas all my other stuff is in, the EV stuff. I'd like to see this ride, the trade of the week, continue. It's getting a little droopy here midday. I don't care for that. For the auto trade, if you have two strategies, will they run independently even if you have the option of trading a symbol once a day? Yes, there's a configuration in there that will say for this strategy only trade this symbol once, and then if there's another strategy it'll trade that same symbol, but it'll only trade it once. So you can theoretically be in the same symbol running two strategies at the same time in auto trade. Yes, so you can do that. This is one I've been keeping my eye on. I've also been in it. There's my entry down there on that day. They dropped a secondary, but not a secondary, but a possible shelf offering. Oh, I got to use that as an example too. And it's holding up really well considering they're trying to raise some more capital. Usually they get hit harder. This is kind of a picks and shovel play. They do mining of some rare earth stuff that super graphite and other stuff that the batteries of these EVs might like. So maybe you guys, if you were looking, maybe put an alert here on today's high. You could pop an alert in there. I'll do the same. And it might be a day early. I'm thinking, if we zoom in here, what these things like to do sometimes is, give us a little bit of sideways action, and then this moving average comes up and forces the hand of the sideways action. So we still may be a day or two early here, but don't lose sight of WWR. Nice volume coming in, big push. So in these small caps, you'll see that initial push, and then everybody said, well, wait a minute, what just happened? Who's in control now, the buyers or the sellers? And then the consolidation starts to work itself out, and then slowly the hand is tipped. And look at that. I'm probably not going to get a better exit on that one, whereas I got a horrible exit on that one. Too soon, but just right over there. All right, I think we're caught up on our questions here. If anybody wants to chime in, I'll be with you guys for another 20 minutes. So Gaines asking me, well, how would I try and maybe scan for something that looks like WWR? Um, let's see here. Might have something. Revenue growth, fishing, that might not do it. Um, this one comes to mind here. Again, I'll come back to this, but this is something Andy created, and it only has a couple of stocks in here for a reason. GBT, and then this one. Let's see what they look like. You know, but what I wanted to show you was we can't go back and look at a gap on the daily chart for starters. But what you can do is use these two filters here. Position in a 3-month range. Notice that this is capped at 30%. So it's going to find stuff that's on the lower end of its 30-day range, no more than 30% above its 30-day range. 3-month range, excuse me, 3-month. Then we come in and zoom in, same filter but different time frame, position in 10-day range. Uh-oh, that's not what I wanted to see. Okay. Means I'm getting stopped out of that over there. Yep. Bye-bye. Get out of that. Okay. So getting back to those two filters, 70% is your minimum for the 10-day range. So that means we're looking only back 10 days now, and the stock is in the upper 1/3 of the 10-day range. So just those two things alone, in the lower 1/3 of a 30-day range, and then in the upper 30% or the above 70% in the last 10-day range, you might start to back into a few charts that look like that. I mean, let's see if I took off the EPS filter. Let's see, daily volume is good. Price would be good. No, price would not be good. Let's see. Yeah, it would. Price would be good. Let's turn off that EPS filter and see if something like that would actually show up. Quarterly revenue growth, we'll turn that off. All of a sudden we get a bunch of stuff. Sort by WVE, didn't get it. But anyway, that's something to think about. I don't know, other than that, you'd also want to say above the 10-day moving average. You know, something you could try to back into, I suppose. Okay, can you show how you set Holly to be configured to exit trades between conservative and aggressive? Yes, certainly. So when we do that, we want to go to the AI tab to start with. And you have two options, edit long or edit shorts. It works on the same. So we'll just go to edit longs, and this will work for all the longs, no matter what strategy it is. It's right here, the AI trade mode. I would recommend moderate, meaning you want to stay in this thing as long as you can. And if you don't sell it on your own, it's going to get you out at 10 minutes to the close. If you go to conservative, you're going to be getting out of these things probably too quick. The AI is, in my opinion, gets out way too quick. It's much better to manage the trade yourself. Best of, you could try that, but it's always switching back and forth and you never really know what you're in. So I recommend using moderate mode, and then you can exit the trade always on your own. So that is where you would do it. Can you show how you set Holly to be configured to exit trades between conservative and aggressive? So it's not, and by the way, there is no aggressive mode. Aggressive mode is just a way of viewing the AI as a spectator. And that means forget the stop. Don't even let the AI stop me out of these things. Let's just go Wild West and see what happens. Well, that's fun if you're just viewing and observing, but we're not going to allow people to do that and turn their back on it. So we have to have risk, control in the auto trading instructions. So that's your choice. You're either going to get out with the AI in conservative mode, or you're going to instruct it when the trade enters that you're going to take it from there and you're going to be in moderate mode. That's the one we recommend, quite honestly, or I recommend. So hopefully that helped. There's that X holding on to that intraday. What was that one we were looking at earlier? Okay, so there's that one we were looking at earlier, XPEV, and it's now broken. It's now broken um, that midday momentum line after 4.5, 3.5 solid days of movement. I'd be a little itchy up here if I was looking to take profits, but that's just me. Hang in there, Ride. I don't want to lose much more of this tail. I really like this tail here on the daily chart. That if you can get those in an uptrend, it shows nice intraday reversal. I talked earlier about teasing this blue line. What this thing is, this is starting to come up to meet it. So I'm really going to actually start to pay attention to what happens. Because as you see, the momentum is broken. Actually, it's kind of an interesting way to look at it. Short-term momentum is what I've always used this 10-period moving average for. But it can prove to be sloppy. Yesterday it broke, and it's been sloppy since this time yesterday. It's gone back and through a few times here. But the medium time frame momentum line, I'm going to call this blue line here. And so we threatened it on the open with an exaggerated volatile candle. But the important thing is we always close above or below the line we want to focus on. So I'm telling you, I'm going to be paying real close attention in this trade. And if I don't get what I want, I'm going to have to probably sell half and lighten up because I got more than I probably should have. A conviction trade. Only because the EVs are going absolutely nuts and Ride is a relatively new issue. It's only been out for about 50, 60 days. No, no, excuse me, 1, 2, 3, 4, 20. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 25, 26 trading days. There's not much data to try and lean on the daily chart here. However, if the froth, and we just got to check in with NIO, see how that one's doing. That one's been given a little bit back again today. Tesla's a beauty. If that thing still keeps going, then something like Ride may hang in there. We'll see. Again, there's not much to lean on a daily chart that's a new issue like that. All right. Do you recommend exiting trades manually as opposed to letting Holly? Yes. Yeah. Okay, Quinlan, I recommend letting the AI create the value for you in the entry. Looking through the fire hose of the market and saying, hey, this might be a great entry. Let's get in. And then you say, thank you. I'll take it from there. And then all you have to do is just go into the trade management mode that I was just talking about. Let's look at a few of the AI trades. WDC. All right, look at that. No reason to get out. None whatsoever. In fact, the AI is still in this one. I can tell. That's good. But I say that because the intraday 15-minute chart has not been breached. Excuse me, on that 10 SMA. Here we go, EQR. So the AI has the trade. AI exited down here. It looks like right about there. And you squeezed out a bunch more if you wanted it. but now it's right back to that same spot. We have broken the momentum line. I would say get out of this trade if you are using the moderate trade mode. All right, beautiful entry on the TGI. Looking at the daily chart, starting to get extended, but boy, no reason to get out. Geez, if anything, maybe take a couple shares off right here at new highs. Why not? That's the way I would approach it. I don't use auto trading and I don't day trade, and I don't use the AI for my entries. But here's another one. Nice entry, and look, it petered out. We're just stalled right here. Probably time to just take what you can on that one. So what I'm showing you there, KCoinLand, is a way in which you can let the AI create the entry for you, and then just use this 15-minute chart for your trade management. And it's just it's just binary. Did the candle close above that moving average, or did it close below? And there's your answer: is to stay in or get out. Yeah, there's that. I've been talking about that all morning. And X, no reason to get out of that. I mean, I still have a few hundred shares, but whatever. I'll wait until this rolls over before I get out of them. All right, there's that AR broke midday, but I wasn't in profit taking mode. I'm only in profit taking mode after I get a good day and a half or 2-day, 3-day movement on the daily chart. I think we're still early. Once I get to this blue line up here that we drew earlier from looking left, that is when I will start using this blue line, this intraday 10 SMA as my profit taking gauge, my trade management gauge. Oh, that's what I want to see. Silver making a high. That's good. Let's see. Does that help in my FSM a little bit? A little bit. Not bad. All right, so we want to look at FTech and see what this chart looks like for Elena. Well, you had a beautiful gift on the open. You had a beautifully behaved chart right there moving through that moving average as support, and then it broke 2 candles ago. The last candle couldn't get back above, and here we are again. So this is kind of close enough, to where it could go either way. What I would do is I would just use the low of that candle right there, whatever that is. If it breaks, that means this moving average probably got a hold of the price. And if it breaks that, it's likely to want to come back and retest the low of the day there as well. So you could go, you're on the fence right here. It could go either way. Maybe it reclaims that 10 period moving average, but after a move like this late in the day, my feeling is you're going to have people who are big in the money on profits here. They're going to start getting itchy to take profits. I don't trust it right here. That's what my gut would say. It really depends on when you were in. Is it consolidation? It could be. That was a giant move. I mean, it's up, what, 100%? It just depends on what your entry is. If your entry was back down here at the low of the day and you can afford to give it the low of the day again, then go for it. But I would not want to let it see it take out this low and start trying to work on that gap, because anybody that was in this thing yesterday has a beautiful profit to try and protect. $517 entry. Okay, so 517. It's a good entry down here on the low. So basically, you're trying to either get something out of this trade, or you might just get a flat, or maybe lose a dime at the most. So I wouldn't give it too much confidence. I wouldn't give it too much chance or opportunity here, because going into the late part of the day, what do we got here? We got another alternate energy stock. It looks like air pollution control. All right, well, another lower tier of that water treatment. I don't know. It could go either way here. I just think about all the people that had $1 entry, a $2 entry. They're going to want to take profits going into the close, I would think. Just be careful. All right, I'll have a couple more minutes here. As soon as I see Barry pop in the next few minutes, that'll be my cue to exit. But I'll take a look for Sandeep here at RUHN. Okay, it's behaving very nicely on the intraday, the daily. Okay, so let's say this thing stays in play all day. Really nice testing here. It's not threatening at the moment. Let's say it gets back up and closes near the high of the day. What you're going to have is one big nice green candle. And if you can sit all day long and take that green candle home, I have a feeling that you might be rewarded on the open tomorrow. And that is when I start to become a seller, as indicated in CLNE. You see that? Had that big green candle yesterday. I said I'm anticipating a nice open. Saw the intensely giant gap, and there's my mirrored sale of that. So hopefully that's something you can get, but again, you're going to need to get through that stock closing on highs first. RUHN is going to have to show us it's got something, because what happens is I think some of these momentum plays, especially the small cap plays, or actually any price play, if you can get day one to get a giant green candle that closes on highs along with a good volume candle, and you have all of that here, you're almost guaranteed, almost is the qualifying word, guaranteed a follow-through candle the next day. If you get a gap, that's even better. But I start to want to become, if I get a gap, a big giant gap like clean energy, I am a seller on the open. If it doesn't gap open, I watch it trade, but I don't usually give it longer than a couple hours, because what I've noticed is the people like you that came through and held that risk overnight, you want to be rewarded. So you start getting a little itchy by lunchtime in New York. So a day and a half is the perfect move in my book for a swing trade like that. But you're going to want to see it hold that moving average all the way into the close. We still got some time in the day. All right, I anticipate Barry popping in here any moment. If you have any last questions, you better sneak him in, because I have a feeling he's going to be in any minute. Yep. Sarahi, want to look at SBE. Hanging in there. Look at that, though. Boy, that's parabolic. I mean, I don't know what your entry is, but hopefully it's good, because if it's late, then you're having to really rely on this action up here. I'm sure that's a no-brainer to you, but if this thing can close with another nice long tail, then you might want to roll the dice. Again, this energy, okay, alt energy. Here's something to consider I haven't even mentioned yet. You guys, Ballard Power dropped a secondary. These stocks are now in a golden position to raise capital. After 3 or 4 days of unbelievable movement, your risk of overnight aftermarket hours dropping significantly, and you can't do anything about it, because the CEO just said, "Thank you, Robinhood traders, for just doubling my market cap. I'm going to go ahead and do an offering right here. Mark to market price, thank you very much." And that can just kill something in the middle of the night. So you've got to be aware that those risks on some of these parabolic moves can still come into play. Hopefully you're up to speed on their balance sheet and all that stuff. Trading around Christmas, who knows? I mean, it's usually kind of the same as the Thanksgiving week, but for some reason Thanksgiving week seems to be crazier. It's going to be a little bit more quieter around Christmas, but then again, I have no idea what black swans could be out there and put a dent in all that. We don't really have time and sales, Dale. We just have level one. Um, well, let me just rephrase that. Time and sales. Yeah, we don't really have time and sales. That's going to be a broker feature, a broker function. Oh crap! This ride is okay. So now, as I said earlier, this now has my attention. I need this level to hold. I really do. Otherwise, I might have to sell half. All right, just waiting for Barry. Why, when I set a maximum loss on AI, typically it will choose a stop price higher than the maximum loss I've entered. Well, the AI in the options is a completely different setup than the AI trading instructions. They're always going to be two different things. I assume that's what you're mentioning. Yeah, when you set a maximum loss. Okay, all right. So I guess Barry's going to jump in here any minute, any second. All right, so I'm going to have to stop my stream, and Barry will be right in. Yes, gotcha. Okay, bye bye.
I'm assuming, can you guys hear me in the YouTube feed now? Make sure. Okay. I think I'm still there. Okay, so let me ask or answer your question. Okay, thank you, Sean. Jeez, guys, it can't be that hard. All I'm waiting for is for you guys to post in the YouTube feed that you want me to start. Anyway, okay, I'm done. So the question was, is there a way to move all the windows at once to a new screen? So if you have, that's funny. Just a second. Okay, so Scuba, are you watching me and you can hear me? Okay. So this is what you do. So the first thing, if you have multiple monitors like I do, I've got 3 monitors. So what I do is I designate one of my monitors as my main monitor. Obviously this is my main monitor. This is the one I share with you guys. So I put my toolbar in the upper left-hand corner of the main monitor. I then arrange all my Trade Ideas windows as I want them. And on my other monitors, I've got other Trade Ideas windows, okay? Scans, etc. And I put them exactly where I want them. on my other monitors. Once I've done that, click on Tools, Options, and then where it says Layouts, click on Layouts, and then Open Relative to Main Window. Check that and save it. Now, so the answer to your question is you cannot take all and move to another monitor, all right? But typically this is all really anybody wants to be able to do, is be able to have your windows, Trade Ideas windows, exactly where you want them all the time. Once you've done that, you save it. Then when you exit Trade Ideas and you come back into Trade Ideas, all your Trade Ideas windows will be exactly where you want them on all of your monitors. Okay? So, did I go too quickly or did you get that? Yeah, so I mean, yeah, we don't have like a container where I can say, okay, take all these, move them over. But typically that's the reason why people want to be able to do that. All right, guys, 104. I have to do my video now. So before I do, it won't be quite as much fun as the last few videos, but a video nonetheless. All right, so if you do want to sign up for the videos, just click on my homepage link right there. And where it says recap videos, click here and you can sign up for them. So I usually finish around a little earlier than 1:30, and then they get sent out about 2 hours after that. And it's all free. So let me just get the announcement in. COCP right here, basic new highs and lows. Basic new highs and lows, it's right there and also here. That's where the COCP is. All right, guys, I'll see you. I should be earlier than 1:30, but just in case, technical issues, so that's why I say it like that. So I'm on mute now. All right, guys, I'm back. Okay, so continuing to keep an eye on the RUHN. And Mara dipped for me. You're right, it did dip. I'm shoot, I'm a little bit late. 430 to 470. It looks a little broken. I said in my video, it looks a little broken though. I was assuming that it may have been following MJ, and it definitely wasn't. There's MJ, and Mara, was doing this as so. I'm just wondering what was happening. Okay, so the COCP, I wish it weren't leaving this behind so much. 113, it's leaving it behind. I was hoping kind of for it to settle down just a little bit, and then tomorrow because it's really starting to fill this void, COCP. Now, if you're in it, I hope it works out for you. Yeah, I don't see any edge right now on fuel cell FCEL. Don't really see any big edge on it. I mean, what did it get as high as? 1136. Somebody said they had some kind of patent win or patent deal. RUHN. Yeah, it's getting a little bit interesting. COCP. Well, if you took this one, I'm glad you did, and it's working. But I was kind of hoping that it would base a little bit more as opposed to just do this. But anyway. This looks like a William short coming up, COCP. Oh, okay. Okay, here's another little guy. BPT. Oh, yeah, Prudhoe Bay. Wow. BPT, guys. We don't even have a float for it. BPT. Reminds me a little bit like rig coming off the bottom. Okay, so for the RUHN, just keep an eye on it in case we get some volume. Just need some volume to come in, some big volume burst. You know, break it through. Just not getting any real volume. Yeah, it's a 5-cent spread, $3 stock. That's not great for Rune, RUHN. Yeah, basing nicely on the fives. Maybe a little cross right there, 450 on the 5-minute chart. Okay, Rune is, boy, it's teasing me here. RUHN is definitely teasing here. Little bottoming tail. Sellers tried to knock it down. Only pennies. We're only talking pennies here, but just want to see some volume, like a big, big volume bar like that or something, pushing it through. PT. Actually, I see BPT was alerted here at $1.99. And there's the COCP at $1.13. All right, I have to start paying attention to my no repeats again. On days like today. What's Blend doing? 241. Yeah, I just see maybe too much resistance not that far away on the weekly chart for Blend, BLIN. Look at the volume. See, that's what I want to see for Rune, RUHN. I want to see a big volume, something like that. Now this hi real, William. This looks like a shortable opportunity for you. Really? Oh, okay. There are at Interactive Brokers. Quite a few. 200,000. Keep an eye on TGI. That's at. Looks like it's trying to little toolbar pull back on the 15s. You said holds 14 TGI. Yeah, there's the volume. Yes, the volume came in. You know, we get. I mean, imagine we got a volume bar like that on the RUHN. I mean, this has room to 4. All right, if you look at the monthly chart. So that's all I'm kind of waiting on. See if we get some volume, a big volume push for RUHN. It looks like it's in the same sector as what YJ is doing. Well, the jury's out. I don't know if it's a good catch. I mean, I did catch it, here and here, but it's just doesn't seem to be. Just needs some volume. Are you talking the RUHN? Well, just put a price alert. That's all I do. Just put a price alert. You never know. All of a sudden, if volume comes in, this thing will shoot up. The issue right now is the spread, 319, 324. That's just not good for a $3 stock. It's preventing, a lot of activity. You got to tighten that spread up. We tighten that spread up, I might get in. Well, I'm just looking at my watch list. There's not one stock near the high of the day now. Ooh, Charlie, you're talking about using parallels on your Mac. That is out of my area of expertise. Is that what you're talking about, though? So Charlie, I'm talking to you in the YouTube feed. Yeah, I just don't think Blinn has enough room. I'm looking, I like it, kind of, I mean, it's on a nice day, but I look left and that could, just stall it. 259, it's not that far away for BLIN. It's too bad. You can see if it can get through all of this, I mean, look left and it's got some, so 3 and maybe up to 360. Look at this monthly chart for MGTX. Look at the base here. All right, guys. Well, today is Tuesday, so there is a marketing meeting that I'll attend at 2 o'clock. So this is what I'm talking about. Look at just not a solid trend. I'm talking about the KZIA. At the beginning of the day, we had it as a short alert, and then later on, we had it as a long alert. So don't often see that, but that will happen on kind of choppy days. Now, what was not choppy on the way down was AYRO. Boy, look at this. Now that's a nice trend from here and from here and from here. Not shortable. I was kind of watching it. It's just not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Definitely a strange looking chart here for OZON. So I guess what happened is they assumed this was a ticker from before and they assumed this. Hence all this previous action. Nothing from me, nothing that I've seen today. Not like yesterday when I had the Mara and the fuel cell, FCEL, but others, maybe go to the swing trading tab. Somebody might have an idea. I don't have any. All right, well, the spread tightened up. Spread has tightened up just a little bit. No, this one has surprised me. American Airlines has surprised me. I mean, it did have the pullback, the big pop pre-market, pop up, pulled back. I thought that was it, but it is still looking pretty good. This is an AI alert along with Delta. All right, so I ended up, yes, I did. I ended up taking this Rune at 325. So let's see. I'm going to put a pretty tight stop on it. Again, the spread just widened to nickel 323, 328. So we'll see what happens on this one. The Rune, I'm in at 325. I'm actually not expecting too much. Bit of volume came in, but I was really looking for more volume, say in a 15-minute, but we'll see. As Real says. Yeah, so Sol right here, if you click on the Room Drive icon and my 4 rules for swing trading, download, that'll go to a Word document. You'll see it all there, okay? Any volunteers to live on Mars? Yeah, you might head over to, if you can find that swing trading tab. They throw around ideas. I don't have any. What was the high here? The high was 339 or so. So I'm just stick an alert here. Who knows? Maybe. But at this point, I am probably out at 325. You know, I'm not going to hang around. It's not that dynamic. I'll just quickly put it in here. All right, well, there's a little bit of volume coming in on the 5-minute chart, a little bit of volume. And there's the volume here, a little bit of volume in the 15. So we're starting to get a little bit of volume here. But I'm looking here and, you know, 338 could easily stall it. So ah. Yeah, so I'm out flat. It didn't keep moving higher. So I'm out of this one flat. I could have taken a little scalp, but I was looking for a little bit more. We'll continue to monitor it in case it takes out 329 again, but ooh, that was scary. You know, 510, then it drops right down to 450, then it has come right back up. So you're going to be in this. You cannot take very many shares because, You're gonna have to have very wide stop, and that's the YJ. Well, we're all kind of practicing, aren't we? All staying at home. All right, well, it's kind of back up. Well, I don't know about that. I mean, it is, it's got a lot of room. I'll give you that. It's got a lot of room. It's a relatively low float. I just don't see any news on it. It has earnings to not tomorrow, but the day after. So this could be, I don't know, maybe this is just in advance of it. It'd be a risky swing trade. I mean, look how choppy it's been. But no question, it has room. If you look at that monthly chart, yeah, you can see possibly getting up to 10, 11. For me to swing this one, if I were going to, and the other thing is, it's not like a hot sector. It's not like the EVs and all that. It's not in a hot sector, so I just don't have a handle on it. But I guess if it closed near the highs of the day, I mean, argument could be made because it does have room. There's the high right there. The high is 568, 571 or so for YJ. 571, okay, thank you. Yeah, RNG, wow, yes. I thought somebody mentioned RMG, so this is one of the SPACs. There is a pretty good trend actually. VLDR from the pre-market, VLDR, the old graph, GRAF. See, GKK, I remembered. Yeah, there was a gap up in reverse, yes. I really haven't had a chance to look at that scan over the last 2 weeks anyway. Just been too many other things happening. This will be a great scan when the market settles down a little bit in terms of sectors, for me anyway, because then I can focus on a lot of these. But hard to focus, until today when the EV sector was just ripping. Okay, Michael, I know you're you're pumping the heck out of Reed. I get it. Okay, we know you're in it. We know you've got 10,000 shares of it. Okay? You're probably in the wrong room. We typically don't look at stocks that are way under $1. I wish you well. Down goes Fuel Tech. I always want to say Flow Tech. FTEK. Look at these flyers from yesterday. Look at AYRO just continues down. I do not have any shorts for it, unfortunately. No shorts for this one either. FTEK. Would have loved to taken a short under $5 on this one. No shorts for me at Interactive Brokers. HCHC, guys. This is not a low float. Yeah, look left here, and on the monthly chart, we have a high of 317. So 3 could stall it. This 317 could stall it. I mean, it's not beautiful. I wish all this weren't here. If it were more like here and then popping. When I say that, I mean this it could rocket right from here without worrying about all this. I just try to take all of that chart resistance out of the equation. Plus, it's not a super low float, so where is it out of? New York, okay. I may be wrong. I mean, this might just motor, but through the 200-day, 273, so it is through the 200-day moving average. All right, all we can say about the SPY right now is it is kind of flattened right out. A little topping tail there in the 5s, but kind of flattened out a little bit. Doesn't look like that on the 2. All right. MOHO. Don't know you at all. Where are you out of? China? You know what, guys? There's something happening with these mail order houses. I mean, YJ, Moho, and then the rune that we're watching. Look at the float, 7.2 million. So something is happening. Take a look at this. Look at the volume coming in. Big volume, 1.2 million shares, 7 million in the float. Okay, so Warchild, you asked that question in the YouTube feed. I tried to answer you or help you, but you got kicked out? Really? Look at Moho go. Moho go. Sounds like a Chinese dish. Yeah, I don't. So you're talking about parallels. You're talking about parallels. I'm out of my. I can't help you because yeah, I can't help you. Sorry, not sure how that works with parallels. All right, guys, I'm going to be in this marketing meeting, so I better get prepared for it. Look at Moho go. Wow, this is what I want a rune to do. RUHN to do. So maybe if somebody else can help, if you can read what Warchild is saying. Anybody with parallels and using trade ideas and parallels? All right, guys, I'm going to put myself on mute. All right, guys, I'm back for the home stretch, and I have a promo code. I knew we'd have one. I thought we'd have it tomorrow, but actually have one. Yeah, Moho. I cannot believe it. MOHO. My goodness. This is, well, I said just before I left, I thought this is what I wanted Rune to do. Same deal, mail order houses, China, right? Yeah. But Rune just didn't do it. This is the one that did it. Anyway, this is the promo code. Nothing fancy. Thanksgiving 25%. Okay, for 25% off the first month only. So if you click on my home page right there, and to give you an idea, so obviously disregard that code. And let's just see how much the big guy would be. So that's how much it would cost, $1,700 with the promo code, okay, for the big service, the big premium service for 1 year. Of course, you could always apply it to the standard. Just take 25% off the standard. That's about $250, a little more than $250. And as always, this is what I would recommend if you're unsure about Trade Ideas, and I get it, it may not be the program for you. You could always start off with a standard monthly. Take 25% off, all right? And if you decide you really like it, if you do it, and as long as you upgrade within 30 days, we'll honor that promo code. Okay? Yeah, I just popped it in there. So NC17Z just underneath you. There's the promo code. Just click on my homepage. Just like I was demonstrating. Just click on my homepage link. And when you do, just click on Get Trade Ideas, and don't use that code, but use the code I just popped in there, the Thanksgiving, all in caps, 25% off. 25%, not off, sorry. So Thanksgiving, 25%. Just, I say just pop it right in here. Okay, Thanksgiving, 25%. And that'll get you the 25%. Yeah, 25% off the entire year or the first month. Well, no, I'm not in Rune. I'm not in it. I wanted to, I wasn't looking to swing trade it anyway, RUHN. I wanted it to do what this one did. It didn't do it. So again, if you have a standard subscription right now and you want to, or a monthly subscription right now, and you want to upgrade to an annual, you can use that promo code to do it. Hey, no, no problem. You popped into the room at the right time. So some pretty interesting alerts from here. COCP at 113. What did it get up to? 144. BPT at 199. Got up to 229. This one, you know what? This one I thought might have a chance. Might still have a chance. DMAC. Where's DMAC anyway? 514. Look at the room it's got. Look at the room this one's got. This is interesting, guys. Low float, 17 million in the float. This is kind of interesting. We got the alert and then it moved down and now it's right back up. Pretty, it's kind of all over the place. What's the spread like? Yeah, you see, there's the spread, 513, 520. It just makes you not want to trade it. But, if that spread tightens up, I mean, look at this. More importantly, look left. On that weekly chart, daily chart, it has room. And let's keep going. HCHC, as I said, I thought it would really struggle to get through the 3 level, which it seems to have. But look at the MOHO. Wow. MOHO 2 got up to what? Almost 3. Well, I used to follow this a lot more. I'm going to, really depends on the type of day. Yeah, you need real-time market data, NN. You need real-time market data from Interactive Brokers. Well, you don't need, okay, let me back that up. So you don't need Interactive Brokers to use trade ideas. Okay, but if you want to use this Brokerage Plus window, then you need Interactive Brokers. But you don't have to have. So I want to make sure I'm answering your question correctly. If you want to use this Brokerage Plus window, then you have to have an Interactive Brokers account with a real-time market data. Yes, real-time market data from IB. So Scuba, did you get 15%? Is that what it is? You took the 15%? Okay. So what I would do is this. I'm sure they'll... Let me just give you the home page. So go to the home page, start a chat, and just say, hey, I just signed up today at 15. Can I get the 25? I'm sure they'll make sure, just give them the, look at Moho. Just make sure you give them the email you use to sign up so they can find your account, okay? Yeah, listen, GKK's whole thing with Mara, this is a longer term hold, okay? I'm a trader, so I don't mean a traitor, but a trader. So, I'm more somebody who will, I'll take my money when I can. I did hold it overnight. I'm glad I got out, but I can always get back in. He's looking at this as a longer term hold, maybe to the end of December. I don't see any news. I don't see any news on Moho. I didn't see any news on YJ. I mean, look at this. Look at this. I mean, wow, what a daily chart this is. I didn't see any. I didn't see any news on the RUHN. The only thing tying them together is that they're China stocks, and they're in this like mail order houses, electronic shopping, etc. That's what's tying them together. Well, the YJ. Now, technically, it's not in the mail order houses, but it's electronic shopping. So I'm going to lump that in. But they're all China stocks. See, look at this: YJ, Moho, Rune. Let's see. Is there anything other cheaper one? I don't know why Apron's in here. And Amazon. Okay. Well, it's a mail order house, I guess. Electronic shopping. Of course it is. Man. Somebody said they shorted Moho. Yeah, too strong. Still too strong. Yeah. Probably want to wait maybe for if you know a break of that 8 EMA on the 2 minute chart anyway. Okay, so Mara, you are now above 5 again. What did you get up to here? 636. Oops. Yeah, so the high in the pre-market was right up, way up here, 638. How's Riot doing? So Mara is at least it's positive. Riot is actually down now for the day, but Mara is now just inched above the close of yesterday. And it's an little pullback there, yeah. So this is maybe getting my interest again. So even AYRO is really bounced off 8 pretty nicely. There is a cross right there, 821. A cross down here, 809. One day we're going to have automated crosses. One day. Wow, Moho continues here. I mean, listen, this could be, when you talk about swings, I mean, I'm not saying take this as a swing, but you look left on this weekly chart, I mean, it's, maybe room to about the 5, but I mean, maybe up to 10. I'm not saying that's going to happen. And it's now getting very, very close. Very, very close to the 200-day moving average. So that could also stall it. Meanwhile, Corsair over 50. Biggest of my life, but biggest miss for me. Man, oh man. You guys heard me talk about swinging Corsair, and I just didn't have the faith. I did a little bit, but only left probably $30. Um, 4 billion? Well, it depends, of course, what we have as a float. How do you know it's giving you? Let me just try something, okay? 4 billion in the market cap, okay? I'm just going to, whoops. All right, market cap. So you want 4 billion. All right, let's make sure I get the right number of 4. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Okay, 4 billion. All right, let me put the company name. Oh, well, that's why. Okay. That's why. Okay, thank you. I gotta watch how this one trades at the end of the day. I mean, especially, I mean, the major problem it's got is that 200-day moving average. You know, you can see it almost got there, 335, 344, so 9 cents of it. All right, next, what are you doing? PRPO. Principio. Another low float, 16 million in the float. And the volume, big volume today for it. Look at the other volume days. Next one like this is way back here on, that's October the 6th. So this was a potential, Real was talking about that, is this is a potential short. I think it triggered underneath the, but it just didn't keep moving down, and now it's up. Yeah, it's been a great trade. I mean, this is up. I mean, 23% for U.S. Steel is big. So I don't know if, you know, the headlines I read something about China and steel, but I mean, this has just been a nice one all day long. SRG, a little bit of a pullback here and then straight up. Now the Dreamer, you know, I wanted to trade out a ride out up $1,000. Now down 735. Thanks a lot. But you told me I had to hold it till the end of the week. Because we are talking in the simulator, guys, so. Okay, Mara's on the move here. Are you trying to get me back into it? What do you think, GKK? Or GKK, what do you think? Late for today? Okay, then I won't take it today. Now, if I wake up tomorrow and it's $10, I'm coming after you. That's funny. All right, guys. Well, we're starting to wind this down, so I'm just going to put the closing the room at 3 p.m. So tomorrow, interesting day, I guess. I mean, the holiday's on Thursday, but I'm not one of those people. A lot of people think, oh, well, the day before a holiday it'd be very quiet. Nah, I don't. It's just not. I just the market's never quiet anymore. So. Now, Friday might be a little bit different. I mean, I really don't like trading these half days. I will open the room. I may not do anything. I might just keep it open for you. Maybe try to do some trading on my own. But other than that, I really don't like trading half days. How do we set up no repeat? In an alert window, just right click, properties. So right click properties, and where it says don't repeat, then you have all sorts of options. So check the don't repeat, and now you have options. You can either don't do it for a minute, 5, 15, 30, 1 hour, or a day. Okay, great. Yeah, I love it. I really like the don't repeat because, well, I just kind of ruined it now because I accidentally clicked on something. But you can see all the where the alerts happened the very first time and the price, and see what did they do since then. Okay, well, this is starting to fade a little bit here now. This could be the time. I mean, there is the curling down to the 2. There's a green bar right there. It's not quite a green bar ignored, but if this continues down, this could give somebody a short. I'm not doing it. I'm just pointing it out. You too, Thomas. Kaiser, and sorry, man. I thought for some reason I didn't think you were a subscriber, so I do apologize. Yeah, who did he overtake? No. I'm long gone Rune, long gone Cole. I got in here. I got in here, way back here, at about 3:14 or so, and I sold out right here. You know, this looked like a tremendous move, and looked like it was going to go, and then as it started to come down, so I'm long gone Rune. I see what you're looking at here. Even this is wrong. This is not. I was not in at 325. I was here. Oh, that's right. I forgot. I'm sorry. I got back into Rune, and then I got out flat. That's right. I got out flat. Thanks for reminding me. That was more audible in the room. You may not have heard. What do I think of Cenex? Well, if it is following anything like Alcoa was earlier. So, I mean, this steel and aluminum seem to be in favor right now. So, I mean, you can see that if Cenex, gets over 11 over this area here, I mean, it's got room. I'm not saying to take it, but I mean, I think Alcoa probably is looking exactly the same. Yeah, look at Alcoa. I'd almost think Alcoa, because if Alcoa breaks here, it has a lot of room. AA. But it's following what U.S. Steel and U.S. Steel and Alcoa and Cenex, they're all kind of looking the same. I hope it comes back tomorrow. Yes. Because do those move. Look how choppy this one has been today. Wow. Pop, up or down, up, down, a little pop, down, now trying to pop back up. Very, very choppy today. All right, guys, I don't see any other questions, so I think I'll shut it down. Thanks a lot for all the help. And remember, you can use the promo code. I'll just pop that in one more time before I shut the room down. Okay, and all I have to do is just click on my home page, and then where it says Get Trade Ideas, click on that, and then make sure you use this as the promo code. Don't use I call it my generic code. Use this as your promo code. All right, everybody, we'll see you tomorrow. I'll shut it down right now. Have a great evening, and again, we'll see you tomorrow.